Okay, can one of you just unmute and just confirm that you can hear me fine?
Yes, Autrri.
Yes,
Yeah,
you're
we can.
Yes, you're
Excellent.
audible.
And do you see the slide in the full screen
Yes.
mode?
Yes.
Yes, we
All
can.
right. Excellent. All right. So I'll just keep myself on mute and we'll just wait for the clock to tick on to 10 o'clock before we begin. Okay, all right. I think we can begin. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'll give you all the opportunity to unmute yourself. So I think I've done that. If someone can just confirm that you can unmute yourself.
Yes,
Yes. All right.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
So now just for sanity and courtesy, I request everyone to stay on mute. See, I like these sessions to be as interactive as possible, so I will give you plenty of placeholders throughout today's session to ask me questions, and I will obviously bring out your perspectives. This entire session is meant to get your creative juices flowing. Get you to think about the entire admissions process holistically. That is my only purpose of doing this. So let us get started, but just request everyone to stay on mute. Just makes everything seamless. And then periodically, I'll give you the placeholders where you can unmute and ask me questions and interact with me. All right, okay. So let us begin. So primarily, this is our agenda. This is what we are looking to discuss today. It might sound like a simplistic question at one level, what does it take to crack a top admit? Some of you hopefully have already got a sense this is a highly subjective question, very difficult to pinpoint a magic recipe. What I try to do is I tend to share my perspectives, my opinion per se, but an opinion that has been colored with over 14 years of experience now of having worked as an admissions consultant. So I hope I give you that, that kind of, I'll try to extrapolate as much as I can and give you hopefully a sense of what that magic pill is, which leads to these, top 1% admits and scholarships and, outlier success. That's really what we are after. So that's what we're going to, really try to unravel. So before I kind of, give you my sort of perspective, I want to, I can still see students are joining. So it gives them a couple of minutes. I want to hear from a few of you, again, not all together, but what do you think? What is the secret sauce? What are the top schools looking for? So you can just unmute and just, give me an answer. Yeah.
Might be the experience, maybe one of the criteria, and how you portray that experience into their requirement of selecting a
Okay, excellent, Proshenjit. Anyone else?
Potential for leadership.
Potential for leadership. All right, more answers keep coming.
Personality.
Good.
Not
good
just
story.
a student, but overall personality.
Okay, overall personality. Anything else?
Which a student can contribute to the class.
Okay, all right, that's interesting. Yes, very good. Contributions to the class. What else?
Unique mix of people.
Just repeat that again.
Unique mix of the crowd in the class.
Unique mix. All right, we got to think about why that is important. But yes, I don't disagree with any of these answers. Please keep it coming. We'll do it for another 10 more seconds. Yes, more answers, please.
Have a bigger vision, bigger picture.
Okay, all right. Okay, what else?
Growth mindset.
Growth mindset. Love all these buzzwords. Okay, please keep it coming. Yes. What else?
The value that a child brings to the university, and even after that, the reputation that it carry forwards to the company that it goes to.
I mean, I agree with everything. I want us all to believe we're all children of the world. So absolutely, I agree. I'm getting some answers in text as well. High GMAT score. Yes, that is also important. Absolutely, yes. I agree with all your answers, by the way, but while I agree with all you, so you can mute yourself now. I just wanted to get the creative juices flowing. It's a Sunday morning. I want you to all be clued in. This first hour or so of the session is really important that you really absorb as much as you can. I try my best to encapsulate what is not, it's quite counterintuitive actually. When I hopefully share what I think works, it's something that people are taken aback a little bit. Again, I'm getting lots of answers on text. You don't have to, because it pops up on mine, and I'm one of those people who are then compelled to read it. Level of passion, intent to change the world, someone is saying, great. I mean, like I said, I don't disagree with anything, but I'll tell you where the problem I have with this. The problem is all of you were thinking from your own perspectives. The problem is when someone says, okay, what is I want a unique character, or someone said about work experience, someone said things like growth mindset. Can you see, even I could make a slide here and I could put up all these fantastic abstract nouns like growth, mindset, and imagine I say, oh, business schools are looking for growth mindset. Are you any more wiser than before that slide in terms of what the school is looking for? You know what I mean? So I don't want today's session to be full of jargons and buzzwords, which is primarily what you get if you ask Google this question, if you ask ChatGPT this question, or if you ask most admissions consultants, by the way, as well as adcoms. And when you talk to adcoms, they have to, sing the, stick to the script, right? And the script is they have to use buzzwords like leadership, and we look for diversity, uniqueness, we look for growth mindset, we're looking for people to contribute. Absolutely. But my only perspective in this is, how does that help each of you? Can you think of anyone sitting in this today's session who does not believe he or she, does not possess a growth mindset? And even if you do, the question becomes, how do you differentiate yourself from those other souls who also feel they have all those key abstract nouns that you have told me? So no, guys, the answer that I was looking for was something a little different, little counterintuitive, something truly top 1%. The answers you gave me are in the 99%. So in today's session, I'll keep talking about, okay, should we think, I mean, let me try to quantify this. If you look at any top business school, top university of the world, you will see that what's their acceptance rate, right, guys? Again, if you can unmute and tell me your opinion. What is the acceptance rate of a Harvard Business School, of the top universities of the world? What do you think?
10% of the applications.
Yeah, usually the global. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you don't worry if you're not heard. This is just a conversation we have. There's no brownie points, for, yeah, someone saying 6, 8, 11. You're about right. Let's say 10% is a kind of a ballpark figure, which is pretty much across the top 100 universities. You will see it's about between 8 to 12%. But please note, this is the global average. So simple statistics, right? We are just a very populated demographic. So what do you think for us Indians, especially if we belong to, let's say our gender happens to be male, let's say, or we have very popular kind of graduation backgrounds, popular work ex, are we clear that our acceptance rates will be far lower than that global median? And it absolutely is, right? It's probably closer to that 1 or 2%. If you actually look at a Harvard Business School, Harvard, has a class of around 1,000 students. They get about 12,000 applicants, giving them a global acceptance rate about 8-9%. If you look at from India, they get upwards of 1,000 people who apply. They admit between 20 to 25 of them. So you can see that's closer to 2%. So if we go with the fact that, okay, only a 1 percentiler is going to get in, should we have to think like the 99% or like the top 1%? So that's the kind of perspectives I'm going to try to look for in this session, which I'm hopefully going to try to disseminate when I talk to you. And I start by telling you this whole idea of story selling versus storytelling. Can someone already have got a sense of where I'm driving you? What is the difference, guys, between this slide header that I have? What's the difference between story selling and storytelling?
So story selling is something where you sell your product, your knowledge to the adcom.
I'm looking for the crux answer, my friend. What's the difference? Don't tell me what each are. What's the difference?
So while one is, while one has to be honest while telling their story via the application, they also have to upsell what are the good parts about them.
I'm still looking for the difference, guys. What
Pull
is
versus push.
I think one is marketing versus not.
Yeah. So what is marketing, my dear?
What is
positioning yourself
Sir, I think story selling is more like how convincing you are.
You can be very convincing in storytelling as well. That's why we buy all those books in the shop.
Actually, if I'm selling a shirt in a store,
I think I have the answer. You guys, you can mute someone is written.
I think it's just marketing
versus not. Storytelling is describing your experiences in a general manner.
Okay, so you can mute yourself. You can mute yourself. You can mute yourself because, again, none of you are wrong. But again, can you see I'm asking one of those, do you feel it's one of those annoying questions, like you know the answer, but somehow are you convinced by any, is anyone convinced with any of your own peers' answers? I mean, I'm sure you're listening in and you've heard answer. Is anyone convinced that, okay, this is the answer that will get me an admit to Harvard Business School if I do this? Can you see the problem I have with such answers? Someone said it's pure marketing. So what is that pure marketing? What is it? We hear it, but what does that even mean? What do I have to do? That's the kind of answer I'm looking for. I had one interesting perspective on chat, and I want that student to tell me what he's written. Prashant. I have a Prashant here who's written to me. Can you unmute and tell me what you have written?
Hello, hey sir. So what I meant is that when we are story selling, we need to pique the listener's interest in our version rather than just telling our version.
Absolutely. I think the crux is, which maybe Prashant, you also haven't been able to crystallize, but I think you're on the right path, is the key difference is what are we doing here, guys? When you're doing storytelling, if I look at all your answers, you are thinking from your own, i.e. the author's viewpoint. This is what most people do. Most people say, okay, I'm going to write my applications. I'm going to say what a great God's gift I am on earth. And I'm going to bombard the adcom by telling them of every single achievement and amazing thing I've done in my life. You see, the problem with that approach is every single person will be doing that. And it becomes very hard to, stand out from the crowd. Imagine we're talking about from every 100 applying, 1 might get an admit. And I hope you will agree, those 100 people who apply, they also have great credentials. I mean, if I decide to apply to Harvard Business School, by the way, I always use Harvard as one of those synonyms for being, for standing for a top school. I hope you're okay with that. You can replace Harvard with whatever top school you guys are after, whether it's an ISB, whether it's a London Business School, whether it's a school in APAC like NUS. I mean, I'll try to quantify some of these schools as well. But whatever school, their ethic, their ethos, the way they select students is actually pretty much the same. Because guess what, guys? The people who are selecting you, the adcom, the admission committee members, are human beings. And human beings, by their very, very kind of way that we are made, we're highly irrational, right? Highly subjective. And we'll realize why that is the greatest boon for us. We'll see that. But let's go one step at a time. So what is this story selling? For me, story selling is when you think from the buyer's viewpoint, guys. That is the key answer I was looking for. I was looking for someone said marketing, and you're absolutely right. But what is the difference? When we talk about selling something, marketing 101 class, what's the first thing we do? We do customer archetyping, right? We sit and try to analyze who is our buyer, who is our customer, and therefore we position our entire story to fit their bespoke needs and wants and interests. I hope this is clear. Now, this is very important you understand this right at the outset. If you don't, a lot of things that will follow, you will struggle to, get a sense of. Yes, Soumi, I'm getting things like design thinking now. Awesome. I think you're all on the right path. I'm trying to stay away as much from using jargon. I don't want to convolute. I don't want to make my session sound fancy. I want to make it sound very tangible, something that each of you can take back and think about, okay, what do I need to do to, crack that top admit? So first things first, let us understand that we are doing a selling exercise here. Each of you are selling yourselves to the adcoms. The adcoms are nothing but human beings who are going to take a decision on your candidature. So before we get into what you need to do we also need to quickly analyze the buyer, our adcom, a little bit more or not? And do we need to understand what is it that moves them? What is it that inspires them? So now I turn around this question and I ask you, okay, each of you going to be selling. But let's understand the person who will be buying you, the adcom. The adcom at Harvard Business School goes to on Monday morning for another week of work, where he's going to be inundated by hundreds of people who want to apply to him. He doesn't have space for everyone. And everyone is shouting out to him from the rooftop how each of them are God's gifts, each from every pore of their body, leadership and growth mindset and uniqueness, and how they can contribute, they can change the world. That's what everyone writes, right? So imagine you're the most cynical kind of devil's advocate type of creature, right? You've read it all, you've seen it all. What is it that moves you? What do you want in your life? I want each of you to put yourself into the shoes of that adcom. Please tell me, what moves the adcom? What is important in their own life?
Maybe the adcom are the person who understand the future potential job market of that particular geography.
Okay. And why would that be important to that person?
Because if anyone hires, take Harvard in their program, MBA program, they need to sell that product to the market. If they're not able to sell it.
Excellent, Prosenjit. I'm very happy. You're absolutely on the right path now. Absolutely. Okay, you can mute yourself. Excellent. Yeah, I mean, so I was going to break it down even more, a little bit more granularly and step by step by telling you that, look, an adcom is nothing but another person who's doing another job. It is a job, unfortunately, guys. No matter what you might feel of adcoms, and people have a very grandiose, very naive view when they think of adcoms. They're not, it's a Muni Rishi type ke log nahi hai. This is the kind of people have this feeling, they're saints or something like that. Well, they're great people, they're great souls, they have great credentials. I'll talk to you about that. But they're just people who are in a job. And generally, when you're in a job and you're building a career, what tends to matter most to you is your own self and your own career and the own salary that you receive at the end of the year. Can I say that or not? Each of us in this room who've logged in on Sunday, where you could be doing loads of things, when we will be going to work tomorrow, what gets us to work? You know, is it the mission, vision statements in our corporate websites where you work for startup guys? You might want to grow your business, whatever. Can I say ultimately we're there for self-growth? We want to do better in our lives. Can I quantify that? Yes, I hope you will agree. And when we talk about self-growth, the AdCom will tend to do better when their school tends to do better. Now, when we talk about school doing better, there has to be some quantifiable metric, right, to measure this. Just like all people in a job, if you're in college still, you have an exam. The exam gives you a report card, which then tells you how well you're doing. Think about it. Everyone in a job has that kind of an appraisal where at the end of the year, you're told whether you're doing a great job as an AdCom or not. Well, guess what? What that report card primarily comprises of? It's the ranking table of the school. It's the league tables. If I'm Harvard Business School, I have to ensure that I'm beating the Whartons and the Stanfords of the world in the ranking table so that more and more students want to come to me. And now guess what? If you've seen any ranking table out there, which I'm sure all of you have, what's the first column that's very, very prominently displayed? Someone unmute and tell me. Any league table, what's the first column? That's it. The name of the school ranking, uske bagal mein kya hota hai?
Median.
Yes, you see, all of you have seen that. You can mute yourself. Don't worry if you have. Median salary, absolutely. That's what all these schools bandy about so much, right? And they have to. Harvard Business School for its MBA program is charging, I think, upwards of $250,000. That's a humongous amount of money. Guess what? I mean, it has to be able to promise you that on average, a median salary my student earns is somewhere around $200,000 plus. It's not a guarantee, by the way. When you pay that fee of $250K, if you're lucky enough to get it, I'm going to use the word fortunate, right? You're lucky enough to get into Harvard. Harvard will then say, please deposit that $250K tuition fee right away. That doesn't matter. I mean, let's say we're going to talk past scholarships or whatever. You then pay the fee. Does Harvard give you do they give you a certificate, a guarantee that at the end of the process, you will get a $200,000 job? Does any university do that? Someone tell me. Does any university give you a guaranteed job certificate that you pay this money and at the end of it, you will definitely earn median plus? Aisa kuch milta hai kya?
No, sir. No.
So then now I ask you now, can you say I'll change this entire question now? Now my question to you is, why are people taking it up? Achha, let's do a little bit of analysis. Harvard Business Schools, if you look at their employment, I just request everyone to stay on mute. I'm very encouragingly asking you to unmute and ask me, but then I'm hoping that each of you straight away mute yourself at the end, because what happens if you don't, I get a lot of echo on my end. So please just respect that. Now I turn the question on the head. If you look at the league tables or you go to Harvard website, they have to prominently display what is their employment statistics, what is their employment rate. They're legally mandated to do that by an organization called the Association of MBAs, the AMBA, which accredits these programs. If the school doesn't, so you will see sometimes these top universities, their ranking tanks. It suddenly goes down 10 or 20 places. Suddenly people feel, oh, iska matlab Harvard kharab ho gaya ka university. It's nothing like that. Sometimes these universities are lazy, or for whatever strategic reasons, which I'll talk to you about also, they sometimes forget, inverted commas I'm putting, to submit their placement statistics to the league tables, to the ranking organizations, which then penalize them by dropping them on the thing. But the idea is they have to submit all their placement stats. Now, Harvard's placement rate last year or 2 years ago, I don't know which year I'm quoting, was about 96%, which means about 4% of the class, about 40 students failed to get a job. Now, these are people who are looking for jobs, by the way, so they discount all the entrepreneurs and all among them. Now, imagine what happened to those 40 people. I mean, imagine how their life must have been totally shattered. You've invested all that money and time. Imagine they were doing all that work. Harvard MBA is a 2-year process. They invested all that time. And at the end of this, they struggled to get a job. So my question to you is, let's say, instead of a business school proposition, if I was, let's say, a builder, I always give the example of real estate builders. One is because I have loads of friends who are part of that community. And they always gripe that I think the people who complain most are to, once you buy an apartment or you buy some big property, you make the life of those builders miserable because you want the delivery, you've invested so much money. So I do a like-for-like comparison. $250,000, yes, around 2 crores, let's say in today's currency. I hope all of you will agree in any metropolitan city in India, you'll get some apartment, right? Some property, some of some kind. I don't know, whichever city, it could be a very tiny room, or it could be a multi-palatial thing, whatever, I don't care. My point is, you invest, let's say 2 crores and you buy some real estate. And let's say the real estate developer tells you, Autrri, with 96% certainty, I will deliver this property to you in 2 years or whatever. Will you ever log in? If they imagine that builder is doing a session on Sunday, will all of you eagerly come in these numbers and tell me that, oh, I want to be a part of, I want this? Tell me honestly. Can you see?
No, not at all.
Have you ever thought about this at all, ever? This question that I'm asking you, have you even thought about? Some of you are wondering what is going on, but I am asking you a like for like thing. You are all here because you want to go to the top 1% school, right? And the top 1% school charges you a bomb. They charge you a lot of money. And can I be honest that today, if I tell you that I'm some jadugar, I'm some, I don't know, some genie from the lamp, and I can guarantee you and admit to Harvard, just pay me 250K. I'm sure many of you will, sell me your kidney and take that offer, right? The point I'm trying to make is, can you see it's these adcoms, it's these wizards who is making this entire virtuous cycle flow, where each of you play a key role. If Harvard classroom tomorrow fails to go out there and land those top jobs, can you see that entire virtuous cycle flops? I hope that's clear. If in the market mein ye phail gaya ki nobody gets a job out of University X, would you agree that you tend not to go ever look at that university ever again? And it could take them years, decades for them to get that name back. That's the crux, guys. So I am driving to this point because it's very important you understand it. Now, if I ask you, if I go back to my first slide, that what does it take to crack a top admit? I hope after my session, you will not give naive answers like growth mindset and leadership quotient and diversity, and get to the crux of it, which is all the adcom want to see is how good are you for them for their placement stats? Are you employable? Are you headed for big things? If you're an entrepreneur, is your entrepreneurial vehicle headed for billions and billions of dollar valuation? If you're looking for a job, which pretty much majority of people who go to business school are you capable of pulling in those high paying salary? Now let's again go back to those top 1% schools. If I'm Harvard Business School, where my median salary happens to be $200,000 or whatever, I have to ensure that I'm able to attract only those who are able to pull in only such jobs, right? It can't only be people, it can't just be any job, right? 200K, 250K job that these Harvard MBAs are getting. ऐसा तो नहीं कि companies are coming to campus and just बांट रहे. It's not like they're doing charity, right? Oh, Autrri, you look so great. You're a Harvard grad. Let's give you $250,000. No, can I say it's actually ulta? It's actually opposite. If I'm the company, if I'm the employer, can I say it's my incentive to pay the Harvard grad as less as possible? That's what I want, right? I want to profit as a company. I have to justify these salaries to my own remuneration committee when I have my shareholders meeting. So now, as it has happened, the market has determined that Harvard MBAs on average have to be paid 250K. So now, as a result, do they have to give you that kind of work also or not that justifies that salary? So now my next question to you is, what is that kind of work that they look for? What is the kind of work? Now my question to you is, what is the work? So you all said we have to sell ourselves. And I said, okay. So now the question is, sell yourself to what end? So sell myself to be able to show the school that I'll be able to get that 250K job. So can you see I'm going granular and granular. So now do I need to explain to you what is that 250K job or not? Maybe all of you know the answer. So please tell me, what's the delta, guys? What will happen after Harvard? I am sure you're all sitting here because probably you're not earning 250K if you're in a salaried job. You might be, by the way. If you are, you will see already why you have a huge advantage over the rest of the community. But let's say I am in salary X and then I get to Harvard. Generally, people, that salary growth is 5X, 10X, 20X sometimes, right? The average salary of Harvard is what, around $200,000 if someone has checked the ranking recently, something like that. That's about 1.72 crores. So whatever you say, imagine I'm at a 10 lakh, 20 lakh pack, that could be 10X or 20X my current CTC. So what happens, guys? What's the delta? What is the difference in the job description? Please tell me. Can you see now I'm not getting so many enthusiastic answers. Have I made you think a little bit or not? Please tell me that.
The brand tag?
Yeah, so what is the
jobs,
guys? Okay, let me hear some answers. Yes.
VUCA jobs.
Oh, I love it. Someone has either who said this answer?
So
where did this VUCA thing come from in your mind?
So I think Sandeep sir once said in a seminar.
Excellent. I'm so happy you attended a similar session. Excellent. Yes, absolutely, guys. Rahul, you've hit the nail on the head. You can mute yourself. Excellent. For me, it is this one acronym that entirely rules this process and will decide how high up the food chain, how high up the ranking table everyone here can get an admit to. what is this idea of VUCA, right? VUCA is a very simple concept. It's an acronym that was, coined about 45, 50 years ago now by the US Army, as it happens. And it is meant to describe a set of tasks, a type of world, an environment we belong to, which is highly volatile, highly uncertain, highly complex, highly ambiguous. There is another new thing that is floating around, BANI. You might Google that and read about it also. It's pretty much just from the same bunch of thinking. The idea is, whether it's VUCA, whether it's BANI, whatever you want to look at, the idea here is, what is the kind of job, what is the kind of nature of task I'll be told to do? So if I look at the world of work pre-MBA, if you look at the world of work most people belong to, whether, and by the way, I'm trying to keep it as generalized as possible, as generic as possible, whether you're an entrepreneur or a chartered accountant or a marketer or a salesperson or an IT consultant or an IT engineer or a software program manager or a financial banker or a capital markets trader. If you analyze your work, if you sit and see what you actually do, you will see that most of your work is highly what is called functional. You are very good at something, a particular function. And as you get better and better at it, pre-MBA, that's how you incrementally grow in your career. It is an incremental growth curve. So therefore, even if you look at immediately if you work in a multinational corporation or something like that before a top-notch MBA, generally you will see your boss or your boss's boss, chances are they will not be Harvard MBAs. They might be MBAs from tier 2, tier 3 schools somewhere. And that's how the world of work is structured, where the reason we go to a top business school or top university like Harvard is we want to escape this world of functionality. The world of functionality is very well defined, hence highly commoditized. What do I mean by commoditized? You do it, great. If you don't want to do it, I'll hire someone else to replace you. Hence, the salaries tend to be a little deflated. The growth rate tends to be deflated. And you escape that, it is a paradigm shift from this world of functionality to the world of VUCA, where everything is ambiguous, most of it is undefined, and that's the world where decision making enables you to earn those high salaries. I hope you understand this fundamental concept. I want to, give you someone says, I hope I'm a doctor, hope all is applicable, sir. Absolutely. Even if you're a doctor, chances are you're sitting here because you don't want to do that defined job over I'm not trying to demean doctors at all, but you are sitting here because you want to move to world of management. You want to move to strategy. So let's say I'm a surgeon, and that's a phenomenal job, phenomenal career, whatever. But the idea is, instead of doing that similar repetitive oriented work, and by no means am I trying to say surgery is repetitive. There are 100 iterations, 100, AI is coming. But I'm just trying to try as generic as possible, where from a world of defined, we're moving into the world of undefined, irrespective of what your career vocation. I have people I work with who are from armed services, veterans, doctors, dentists, you name it, lawyers, for instance. Doesn't matter, whatever your background is. Chances are you're in this session, you're attending university, you're going to business school because your world of work right now is defined. Hence, your growth rate is, I would say, less steep than it would be if you go to the world of VUCA. I want to give you some ideas of what do we mean by this, right? So while I can tell you VUCA and I can sit here and I can give you these, like I said, I try to make it as tangible. Can someone give me some tangible examples? You can go slow, you can write me some answers, I can unmute, let's do a few. Can you give me some examples of what this type of work might be? Give me an example from your own day-to-day job where each of you are doing some amount of VUCA. Please tell me.
Startups. Job where this
okay, startup, excellent, I love it. Everything is undefined. What else?
Consulting.
People management.
Can you go a little bit deeper? Consulting, all these are very big genres of work. I'm sure a consultant is not only doing undefined work. That would be wrong to think this. Can we go a little bit granular?
Social impact.
Within consulting, whenever you're doing problem solving or just
excellent. What about that problem solving, Ishita? Can you go even more granular?
just figuring out, let's say, the impact of the problem.
Okay, mute yourself. So already I've got some answers, and it is enough for me to give an example of how to think about your own lives, your own careers. It's very important because, guys, tomorrow you'll have to write your applications, you'll have to write essays, you'll be interviewed, and I'm hopefully trying to give you a sense of how to think about your own backgrounds and your own selves, how to break it down and improve your chances. Ultimately, that's what the school is checking. So I've got plenty of answers. Most of the answers I have got is vocations, the kind of work that you have done. People are sending me things like social impact, data analysis, all of this. I'm not disagreeing with you. No, I like, even, it doesn't matter what you do, guys. It's about going into a little bit more depth and try to see what in that job is VUCA. So let's say someone was talking about consulting when you have to solve problems. Absolutely. But you see, the problem with that approach is there will be 100 consultants applying to Harvard and they'll only take one. Can I say if I go by job description, all 100 of those consultants are doing pretty much the same job, right? The nature of consulting is the job description remains pretty much the same. So I have to dig a little bit deeper, right? And I'm talking about people who are in strategy. Whenever someone will wake up and say, oh, I do strategy, I'm in core strategy. That doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Labels don't matter to the Harvards of the world. People feel, oh, I'll write my IIT tag, I'll write the company I work for, and that'll get me in. This is not enough, guys. You'll have to go a lot deeper than that. When we talk about, let's say, any type of client relation work, right? When you have to work with people, it's the people management aspect that makes it VUCA actually. So then it becomes, when you write your stories, who are these people you work with? Are they from a similar background? Are they cross-border? Are they from different countries? Are they from different business functions? Do you work with different people? Also, what is the nature of work that you have to do? Do you have to negotiate with them? Do you have to negotiate, I don't know, budgets, deadlines, the type of work? Do you have to do presentations, kind of thing what I'm doing right now? Do you have to sell something? Do you have to sell your ideas? What do you have to sell? Who do you have to sell it to? What is their pedigree? How high up the food chain? Imagine I sell every day to a Harvard MBA. Would I have a better chance at a Harvard MBA to get it myself or not? Absolutely. Because chances are that's the only part I need to focus on. So guys, what I'm trying to drive at is when you do your applications, right? It's a selling exercise. I hope I've given you enough. And the entire session is going to be driven towards showing you case studies of people who've successfully done it, give you enough examples of how to do it. But before I tell you how to do it, I have to convince you that it's super important that you believe in this philosophy. When we do selling, we think of the buyer. The buyer is the AdCom. The only thing the AdComs give two hoots about is their ranking table. Their jobs, right, is linked to it. They will lose their job, their bonus, their salaries if the ranking tanks. Main column of the ranking table, starting salaries. They have to ensure people get in and go out and do great things. By the way, GMAT score is one of those other columns as well, which is very prominently displayed. Hence, the GMAT score becomes super important. The schools always will show their average GMAT, their median GMAT. So us South Asians applying from India, mostly, I'm guessing all of us in this session today, we are victims of our own success. We are great test takers. So our role in the class almost is to ensure that we keep the median stats high on the GMAT front. So therefore, yes, that's one of those other things that suddenly came to me. So I told you. World of work. What do I need to sell them? When I write my story, I need to show the AdCom that I'm competent. I have the kabiliyat. The Hindi word I like is auqad, by the way. You see me use that a lot. Do I have the auqad to pull in a $250,000 job? That's in one sentence, if I have to summarize, that's what they're looking for. If I'm an entrepreneur, do I have the auqad to do the kind of entrepreneurship that a Harvard Business School expects me to? What is that kind of entrepreneurship, right? Has my startup raised any institutional funding? Have I got any money apart from friends, family, and fools? Have I convinced a proper institution to give some money on me? If they have, then your idea is validated, your credentials are validated. They're going to look at things like this. They're going to look at things like who your recommenders are. What is their stature? These are the things by which they decide whether you have the auqad to get into Harvard or not. That's where we're trying to drive to. Now, I was trying to give you a sense of what is the kind of VUCA, because I don't want to intimidate anyone. I know many of you will be sitting in this room and being like, oh God, he's talking about all these fancy things already, VUCA and all of this. Someone mentioned growth mindset. I personally hate jargon. I hate abstract nouns. I was never a management consultant, a strategy consultant. I know some here of they might bounce on me, but I always love how strategy consultants take even simple constructs and make it so complicated. I'm trying to do the opposite, by the way. I'm trying to deconstruct something and make it super, super easy to understand. What is the kind of nature of work? For me, any sort of people management is VUCA. Who have you managed? The seniority, their nationalities, where they're based, how do you deal with them remotely? Do you go go there. This is the level of granularity. If you can, sort of put the spotlight in your application, it leads to great outcomes. Do you negotiate? Do you present? Do you recruit? Do you have any sort of say in building a team? Even and by the way, sometimes students, like I said, they say, how the hell do I recruit? I haven't done an MBA. I'm not in that kind. Have you recruited, built a team for 1 day, 1 minute to build one task, one button? I'm sure we all have. Have you sold one button for 1 minute to one person on occasion? Awesome. Put the spotlight on it on such a way that it looks like you do it every day. The adcoms, by the way, know very well what you are doing. You should not feel all these things that I'm telling you to make them a fool. They are the masters of their game. So when I say presentation is the only reality, I really mean it. The adcom know very well what you are doing. All they want to see is, are you very good at it or not? So any of this kind of work, right, for me is VUCA. Any negotiations, any presentations, any sort of any cross-border nature of work, any kind of conflict resolution, right? If there's I could be working in the factory shop floor, I could be working in a public sector undertaking. A lot of people get scared when I talk about a lot of private sector things. I'm sure there are PSU folks amongst us, and I tell them your biggest thing is you can say you've convinced the mantri, the minister, to do something, because that's something that you guys have a lot of access to, which maybe people in the private sector don't. So even simple things like that, this is where you all have to sit and introspect and figure out what are those elements that really differentiate me 1 out of the 100. And when I say 1 out of 100, I mean 1 out of 100 of my type of work. So it's not like 1 out of random 100 people. If I'm a strategy consultant, I need to ensure that I'm in the top 1% of those strategy consultants, right? And that's a much harder task to do, by the way. So that's what, because someone mentioned school wants unique candidates. School wants not 100 strategy consultants, right? It wants 1 consultant, 1 doctor, 1 lawyer, 1 armed forces veteran, 1 from India, 1 from China, 1 from Japan. Why? My question is, why do schools want this diversity, guys? I'm sure you've heard that word, but why do they want it?
Diverse viewpoints.
Interact with each other and get to know about them.
Again, you see, Pranusha, I want you to come out of this mindset. If I'm an adcom, pause for a second, just pause. Someone said, okay, the adcom want us to all interact and have a great time. Yes, they do. But remember what I said, they are ultimately looking to save their own skin, their skin in the game. They want, great salaries, ranking table. You're not wrong, by the way. Diversity brings diverse perspectives, enriches the classroom perspective. But for me, that's like a 99% answer. Everyone knows it. Why do they want to ensure diversity
inclusivity in the classroom?
Cross culture.
Why
brainstorming.
They want us to be in a environment.
So they can place in different
I think it's
the bad
because
places in
more
different sectors.
Why is diversity important?
Because employers want to hire diverse.
Excellent. Who's that? Employers want to hire. Who said that? Who said that?
Manroop.
Yes, Manroop. Everyone else mute, please. Manroop, you've hit the nail on the head. If you are an employer and I am Harvard Business School, imagine I go to you and say, hey, I have 1,000 namune. I have 1,000 people from 1,000 backgrounds. Can I command that $250,000 at that point starting salary for my class or not? I hope that's clear. The moment I have 1,000 who all look and behave and have the same credentials, am I in trouble or not? Now you can think of a lot of business schools. I don't want to name any school. I don't want to name and shame any school, but there are lots of schools, many of them which you will be very aware of, which have gone down in the ranking tables, which have had loads of issues with recruitment and so on, where suddenly they went from a class of X to a class of 10X, or 10X is a bit too much, 2X or 3X, whatever. They doubled their classroom and then they struggled. They struggled to go out there and get their students that diversity of placements. Employers suddenly started to feel, in school X, there are so many of this type of people. So you know what we'll do? We will reduce the starting pay over there. I hope you can see this symbiotic, synergistic relationship that industry and universities have. That at the top end, the top universities have to be seen as these kind of headhunting houses, which are doing a first round filtration for these top companies which are offering top jobs. I hope that is clear. The question I often ask to students is, Harvard gets about 12,000 applications every year. They admit only about 990 odd students. They have a yield, one of the highest in the world, around 99%. What does yield mean? It means number of offers the school gives to the number of people who accept that offer. 99% means Harvard gives hardly about 1,000 offers and 990 of them take it up. You compare that to with a lot of other schools, like I'll name one for instance. ISB, for instance, is a much lower yield. ISB gives admits to about 1,500 students and only about 950 join. That gives them a yield of about 60%. Now this goes again into the ranking table a little bit, right? Because again, that calls back to the prestige of the school, how you are turning down a school. So that is why also you will see some of these top US schools in particular, they're the ones who start, they have this concept of wait listing, which you must have seen, right? Wait list is when a school leaves you in limbo. Neither do they accept you nor do they reject you. They kind of put you on hold and say, you know what, hey, we'll see how many of people who are like you, maybe a little bit better than you in the stats. We'll see if they take up their offer. And you know what, we'll first not give them any scholarship or anything. And we'll see if they take it up. If they don't, we'll probably negotiate some scholarship. And if they don't, then we'll come back to you. So it also comes back to how you win scholarships. I'm all coming to this. It's a negotiation process. Business school, world of universities, guys, you have to get off your naivety. It is literally like a negotiation. You have to negotiate your way to a top admit. And that's very challenging because sitting here in India, a lot of the things I'm telling you, this becomes shocking to a lot of people, right? Because when we look at the Indian admissions race, can I say it is highly objective in nature? What do I mean? If I compare the CAT, right? If I do business school applications, a like for like comparison. If I compare the CAT to the GMAT, would you agree with me that if I say that on the in the CAT, if you take the CAT and you score, let's say 99, I'm going to really juice it up. Let's say you get a 99.7 plus. Let's say 99.9 plus. Would you agree that you're almost guaranteed an admit to an IIM? I'm not even saying ABC, but can I say I'm at least guaranteed an IIM if I get a 99.5 plus?
No.
I know one of you would disagree, but can I say pretty much that's the story? Are you really telling me if you get 100 percentile or 99.9%, you won't get into an IIM? Some IIM grad here. Is an IIM grad here? I'm sure there'll be some IIM grad here. Is someone who has gone to an IIM or any of that similar league of Indian top business school taken the CAT? Anyone here today? Great to get a validation. But anyway, please do your homework. It pretty much is that. I agree they look at other credentials and so on. But if you look at the global admissions process and schools in India like ISB or the IIMs for their PGPX executive programs, which many of you might be targeting, follow those international admissions process. That international admissions process is meant to be a lot more holistic, is what I'm trying to tell you. Holistic is another buzzword for subjective, by the way, where they're not only going to look at your GMAT score, they're not only going to look at your undergrad score, they're going to look at everything else, your work, what have you done, your extracurriculars, and then take a holistic decision of whether they take you over those other 99 people. And can you see that is our biggest silver lining? I started my session by saying, okay, what's the secret sauce? How do I get my admit? And I said it's a highly subjective process because it is a human decision-making process. And I really meant it. That's your ultimate silver lining. What do I mean? Because I know many of you in this room are waiting to ask me, oh, Autrri, I have this problem in my candidature. I have this concern. I flunked my grade 12. I flunked my college. I have this gap on my resume. I have too much work X. I have too little work X. I have this problem. And that's a very horrible way of thinking about your own candidature because it shows that you yourself don't have confidence in yourself. So why should I, as a Harvard Business School, take a punt on you? You have to really believe that you're God's gifts on earth and all those negativities can be plastered over. I have enough of a sample size now. I've been doing this for 14 years now. I do this session to show you a humongous set of samples of every single problem that you could have thought of, every single background. So you see straight away a doctor said, oh, I hope it's not a problem. I'm a doctor. That is the exact kind of mindset that leads to rejection. Because you know what, business schools are looking for different creatures, different species of people. And you've heard that line, right? That a great salesperson can sell anything. You heard this, right? The product doesn't matter to a great salesperson. So guess what? You are the product. You are the salesperson. So surely if you're a great salesperson, you yourself, the product shouldn't matter. You should be able to sell anything. And that's what they're looking for. That's when I say presentation is the only reality. That's what they're checking. Now to end this entire thing, I hope all the dots connect. Like I said, it is counterintuitive. It might be initially a little shocking, some of the things I tell you, but I hope at some level the dots will connect and you'll appreciate that. Hopefully I'll change the way that you think about your own candidatures. Who are the AdCom guys? What is their credentials? Imagine I want to work at, the question I want to ask you is, imagine I want to get a job at Harvard AdCom. Can I apply on Autrri.com? Will that job be available? Who are these people? Do I need to have some serious credentials? So what are their credentials, guys, please? Who are the icons? Top of the league.
Alumni from the same
Alumni of the
No,
college.
they don't have to be alumni. A very small minority are. If you look at Harvard Business School, for instance, their dean was Nitin Nohria, who was an IIM Ahmedabad graduate, by the way. Didn't graduate from Harvard, but he was dean for many, many decades. What's their background? What top of their league, best at what they do, Tavishi? Not necessarily. There is some traits. There are some things about their background that binds all adcoms together. What are those traits? What is their background?
Human resource managers?
Yes, absolutely, Sanika. Many of them, they don't have to be from HR, but they all have recruitment backgrounds. The majority of them have studied human psychology, that kind of type of education, and they have all worked in industry, in recruiting for many years. So they understand what does industry want. So they check your DNA and they see whether it maps or not. Now, the reason I'm pointing this out to you also is now I just told you they're masters at their game. They are very good at what they do, right? And now I am telling you to do presentation is the only reality. So can you fool them? You know what they say, right? You can't bullshit the ultimate bullshitters, right? So they are sitting there, they know their spiel. So can you see now what I mean? They know what you're doing. So if someone now says, look, I'm negotiating with the CEO of the company and this and that, can they look through it or not? Absolutely. But they will be, that's not the right mindset. This is a very Indian mindset where we feel selling equates to lying. Someone even said in their answer, who was that? Someone said, when you sell, you have to tell the truth, but someone started the line like that. Can someone tell me who that was? You can be honest. It's okay. I'm just trying to show the mindset is what I wanted. But if you remember, I asked someone a question and someone started by saying it is a selling exercise. You have to tell the truth. But the point I'm trying to make was this whole idea that at some level we feel that selling is lying. Is selling lying, guys? Is what I'm telling you to do? Am I encouraging you to lie? Please tell me.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay. So you feel I'm encouraging everyone to lie?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay. So what is the difference? But can someone be honest and tell me that you're squirming in the seat a little bit by what I'm saying, and you at some level feel that selling is lying? Tell me, I'm okay with that. I deal with, I've been doing this for 14 years. I don't know how many times I've had this conversation.
No, if you lie in the process, somewhere the question is going to relate around that lie.
Absolutely. How will they relate, Prashanjit? How will they find out?
Okay, so they will find based on the industry experience. They will know because same question might be asked.
Excellent. I like it. How else could they know? What are the other mechanisms they have in place to stop you from lying?
During the interview,
excellent.
Cross question.
Absolutely. In the interview, they will be. What else?
Background verification.
Okay, background verification. Great. So what happens in the background verification, guys? Someone said excellent. People are so worried about background verification. I tell people to do extracurriculars and all, and then some students have done some fabulous things and they're worried because they don't have the certificate. And I tell them that if you go through the entire application form of Harvard Business School and every top 100 university, you will see there is no place to upload any certificate. No top school ever wants it only. They don't want any certificate. There is validation, guys. This is another very important thing you understand. Admission race in India versus the world. Here we are very used to verification. Verification goes back to Latin root veracity. Veracity is the truth. Happens to be, by the way, Harvard's motto, veritas. It's like as if Harvard teaches you the truth. But that's a different story. My point is, in the Indian admissions race, it's almost like you're guilty until you're proven innocent type of mindset. You know what I mean? Like they don't believe anything that you're saying. You have to show certificates for everything. Whereas in the global admissions race, it is you are absolutely innocent until proven guilty. They don't want anything from you. All they want is some validation. They have recommendation letters where they will see, are the people who are recommending you, who are they, what's their stature, and what have they told about you? Does that validate some of the amazing lofty things that you're writing? And B, they have the interview. They feel they're very smart people, and they are able to catch your bullshit if you do too much of it. But here is the point. It is a selling exercise. So what do I mean by selling exercise? Selling exercise. Selling. What does a great salesperson do? Have you ever seen all the products that you buy? Do you really feel that they are the best products out there? Like all the tech products you buy, like all the techies tell us, like, is there anything called the best product in the world? Like, can I ever say anything 100% efficiency ever on anything?
Never.
No.
Never, right? There's nothing like that exists, but we still end up spending all that money. And someone called iPhone just popped up on my screen, so I can't help but say iPhone is the best example, right? We all end up purchasing. iPhone is a great marketing thing, right? They teach in class. iPhone tends to be very expensive, right? But if I look from a technological standpoint, can I say there are other much cheaper phones which are much better than iPhone? Like technology.
In
But
iPhone,
somehow
the
we
UI
tend
is
to buy iPhones. So I don't want to do that whole iPhone discussion on marketing or anything. I don't want to digress too much. But I hope what the concept is that these products, these companies are able to position their products in such a way that they hijack your mind. They almost compel you to buy it. So that is what these adcoms are looking to see. Do you have that ability to hijack their mind? You won't be able to hijack it, by the way. They are very, very smart. They'll be laughing while they read your file, but they need to see whether you have the kabiliyat, the competence, the auqat to do it. That's what they are checking. So I'll give you one crass example that I give to students to give a sense of what selling means. I tell them, look, we in the age post-COVID era that we live in, do we all do Zoom calls like this? Like, do we all have these video calls in our work, in our studies, in our leadership experiences, in our extracurriculars? I'm sure all of you on some weekly basis, even today, although it's gone all back to work and hybrid and all this jazz I hear, can I say that this idea of video sessions, calls has become almost ubiquitous? We all do it. Would you agree with me? Yes? So
Yes, sir.
now,
Yes,
today, now all of you think back to
Yes.
one meeting you might have one Zoom call, one amazing session where maybe the CEO type of some company, your CEO, your super duper big boss from the United States, some amazing big person had logged in also. And maybe in that call for 1 day, 1 minute, I said, hello, my name is Autrri. So in Autri's resume, can I write, I chaired a conference call with the CEO of company XYZ. And if I do so, am I lying? Now tell me, am I lying? Should I go to jail for this?
No.
Or am I selling?
No, this is not a proper truth, because if you put that in your application, the next question will come, how is your experience? That validation will start immediately in the interview question.
Excellent,
The
Proshenji.
story
But
has
do I need to have the auqat, the kabiliyat to back myself or not in the interview? If I fundamentally don't believe in myself,
back it up.
Absolutely, you're right. Great. I'm so happy. That's why, can you see, I love when this becomes a repartee, a discussion, because that then breaks all those cobwebs. Okay, Proshenji's question to me is, Autrri, if you write this, you are in big trouble because they will catch you in the interview. Can I say broadly, that's your question?
No,
right, I will assume.
If I write that, okay, if I write that also, I assume that we are writing that, but I should be very clear the discussion, what has happened. Because
Absolutely,
if you don't have a clarity
they
on
will
the
grill you.
discussion.
So mute yourself. Perfect. They will grill. I'll show you examples of what students have. My students have actually written such stuff, and that might make you balk. But here is the point here, guys. When you say that 1 out of 100, I don't think people realize the level of competition. I think Proshenjit, you yourself haven't realized the level of competition that you're up against. Even if we all feel we're all God's gifts on earth, right? If we feel we have the best credentials, the best undergrad, I have so many students that say, oh, Autrri, I have this. I am always a little ambivalent because chances are there are at least 20 others with equally good, if not better credentials than you guys. So let me give you some stats. When I say 1 out of 100 who gets selected, do you know out of the 100, what's the hit rate for the interview? Can you tell me how many Harvard calls for interview in India out of every 100 who apply? Please, someone tell me.
5.
Try more like 3, Soumya. The answer is more like 3. So 100 apply, 3 get interview call, 1 gets acceptance. That's pretty much the hit rate. So now my question to you guys is, what is more difficult, getting selected 3 out of 100 or 1 out of 3? Which is harder?
3 out of 100.
Yes.
1 out of 3.
3 out of 100. 1 out of 3.
Okay, those who are saying 1 out of 3 really need to go back to their stats and think. Simple mathematics, yes? 3 out of 100, odds are much lower than 1 out of 3, yes? So the first stage is to become that 3 out of 100. Now guess what? When you do that 3 out of 100 selection, the AdCom are never going to get to meet you. They are never going to get to see what wonderful earth's God's gifts you are. They will just see you from a docket, a PDF file, which comprises a few things, which I will talk to you about, things like your essays, your mark sheets, and so on. And that's where it becomes so difficult for you to differentiate. So when I say, guys, you'll have to sell, I hope it really, sort of you absorb it and you think about it. I'm going to show you how you can potentially sell. I'll show you different variations of that selling technique. But I hope you're clear that it comes down to selling. Selling for me means putting the spotlight on those aspects of your candidature which they want to see more. If you fail to do that, guys, doesn't matter what your GMAT, doesn't matter what your credentials, I can tell you, you will have bad results. This is what I mean by standout factors. I am sure all of you have seen this, right? You would have seen among your friend circle, your own network, otherwise go on any blog. You will see there are so many in every school, every top 100 school. You will see there are students who are getting rejected with 770, this is the first year that the focus edition will be coming in fully to the admission. So I'll maybe have to update those stats. We don't have the scores yet. So we'll see how that goes. But 99 percentile scorers getting rejected and some 70th percentile sitting in that same classroom. It should make you ask, what has that person done? So when I say, do you sell a spectacular story? I really mean it. For me, diversity, people really like to focus on things like geographical diversity and diversity of profession. Problem is there are just so many of us applying nowadays. There are just so many of us applying. The problem that you will face is that it's very difficult for you to be truly the only one. There will be just a lot of people. So for me, it's really the diversity of thought that leads to great results. So keep this in mind. I will hopefully prove this to you beyond doubt as I progress in today's session. I hope I have given you food for thought. I want to continue this line of thinking. So I want to give you more kind of, creative juices flowing. So question asked on many applications, describe strengths. Pretty much every interview will ask you this question. If not an application, this is an actual application I'm picking out, then MIT Sloan essay that I'm going to try to debate right now. So I have picked essays, I've picked topics which are easy to illustrate. Not that I'm trying to make any point, but just to get your creative juices flowing, right? So question asked is describe 3 strengths. So now I have one student 1 who has written this. Now please understand, it is not they have written 3 adjectives. They have actually, really fleshed it out. Like they fleshed it out. The stories are so amazing. I'm not going to debate content yet. I'm going to talk about themes first. So from a content point of view, let's say the student has written such fabulous content that you truly believe this person is an honest person, right? I mean, so imagine the story is such amazing thing, like you literally feel there was Yudhishthir, then there is Mahatma Gandhi, and then there is this student when it comes to honesty. He's beat everyone, right? And then one student writes this, student 2 writes this. Who wins in the admissions race? Please tell me.
The second one?
Okay, second one. I hope, yes, absolutely. I hope we have consensus. The second one. Yes, it is the second one. It's from an actual student who got into MIT Sloan, which happens to be, again, one of the most selective schools. Takes about 14 students in India out of about 700 applicants, 1 to 2% acceptance rate. Absolutely. Now, my question to you, Divyanshi, yes, second one, but why? Why do you think the second one wins?
It's futuristic.
Promising.
It's
visionary. Excellent. Futuristic, VUCA, I got the answers. Absolutely. Does it also take a lot of courage to write these things? It goes back to Proshenjit's slightly second-guessing question that, oh my God, should I write? Look at what the student has written. I can predict where the markets will be in 6 months. Can any human being, if you're not Nostradamus, can anyone say this? Does it take a lot of gumption, aukat to write such things or not? So now in the interview, would he have been grilled a lot also or not? Absolutely, he was. MIT admission director Rod Garcia interviewed him, and first question to him was, boss, beta tumko to aata hai market prediction, bolo kya hoga market mein. So great. Can you also see, another thing I will teach you later is my students can preempt where their interviews will go. That's what leads to amazing results and scholarships. So great, the student had prepared his life on it. He had read all the books out there. He went there, he blew the dean's mind. Dean gave him 100% scholarship, $200,000 as a result. I hope you can see how to set up admissions. Now you have to do such things, guys. Some of this might, you always say, right, connecting the dots looks amazing backwards. It's harder to do it when it comes to yourselves, but you have to think how to find these angles. So yes, I'm not trying to say these are the best themes or I'm just trying to debate, that's all. Also, yes, totally VUCA. Yes, totally the kind of things the student will have to do post his MIT Sloan MBA. I also want to quickly discuss what is the problem with this. What are the problem with this theme?
It's focusing on the past of what they've actually done.
Excellent. I like it. And what is the problem with that past, Soumya? Is it VUCA? Probably not. Probably not. In all likelihood, the kind of things you've done are probably not the kind of what got you here definitely won't get you there. Yes, someone is saying everyone is doing it. Yes, I would actually take it one word further. I would say it's not about what others are doing. Can I say this is a basic expectation from every decent professional? And again, this is cultural things that come in, right? In India, if you're hardworking or punctual or honest, you might bandy it around, it's a big thing. But can I say in the global order, in the global admissions process, can I say every decent professional is meant to have these things, right? I mean, if you don't, what are you, are you really telling me it's okay to be dishonest? I hope it's clear where we are coming with this, right? So tomorrow you will have to write such stories, by the way. Now I know it's, I say this and then students say, yeah. Everyone confidently tells me, I have this, by the way, if you choose, I do this this is my bread and butter. I'm an admissions consultant for the last 14 years. I'll introduce you to that towards the end. But the point here is that I give a questionnaire to all my students. That's the first thing I do with them. And one of the questions I have is describe your strengths. What do you think? When I give it, everyone says, oh, yeah, I'm going to write such things. What do you think? 99% people write this, or do they write that? What do you think? Okay, I'll leave it. I won't answer it. But when you will have to write your essays, guys, like, I used to actually get people where have more time to get them before I open these slides. I have to give them and say, why don't you write this and paste it? And if you see the kind of shocking answers I would get, most of them like these, it would show you why 99% get rejected. And to come up with this needs a lot of introspection, and beyond introspection, it needs a lot of courage, guys. You will need that same courage tomorrow when you have to sit for interviews. And just to give you a sense of how it works, if you truly go to Harvard Business School and you want to get that $250,000 job, let me give you a sense of what's going to hit you. So you join Harvard in July, August, right? Fall, that's when their session begins. So July, August is when students join. I don't know if people know this. I tell this little anecdote to people. Generally, you interview with 10 to 15 companies for a placement, whether it's an internship or a placement. Generally 10, 15 companies people will interview with. Some will be on campus. Most of it will be, you'll visit they'll have open days and you'll have to go and visit them with your resume, hobnob and so on. And each company will interview you 10 to 15 times. So what I'm trying to say is August to November, that's the hiring season. That's where you need to crack your internship, whether you're in trouble. 3 months, you'll have more than 200 interviews. Are you clear the kind of species of people they're looking for? Someone who can, has that panache, who jeete jaagte can sell himself. That is the kind of people they're looking for. No second guessing, no doubting yourself. All right, another quick example. Now, I know some of you are asking me, can I ask questions and all? It becomes difficult if I start taking individual questions. So I'll continue with the discourse. I will complete the session and then I will stay on and I will take on as many questions as comes. Okay, so I will answer as many questions, and at the end I will also introduce you how to get in touch with me. My colleague Ranjika will also be joining. You'll get our details, and you can always reach out to us if you have questions. We're very accessible. We are there to help you. All right, but just be with me. I know you'll have those questions, you'll have those anxieties. Just keep it aside, just stick to it. Try to absorb what I'm trying to give you. It will really help you, I can tell you. All right, here is another example. Let's take the left box as 1, right box as 3. Essay question says, what is your greatest accomplishment and why? They'll always give that and why part. That's the crux. Which one wins in the admissions race, guys?
Third one.
Third one. Yes, the rightmost one. Absolutely. I hope I have consensus. Yes, it is the rightmost third one that wins. Absolutely. I agree with that. Why is my question.
So the risk-taking factor is huge there when you move from a big company to a
Excellent,
startup.
Manroop, like it. But is the question greatest risk or biggest accomplishment?
So with great risk, you also take big responsibilities. You also diversify the work when you go
I love your
from a
answer.
defined
And
role
what
to an
was
undefined
the?
role.
I'm sorry if I'm talking over you. It's just I'm trying to move things along. What was the one acronym I said that rules everything?
VUCA.
Is my student in box number 3 showing that I have VUCA in my blood? Absolutely. Look, big company generally symbolizes structure. Startup is chaos. Please understand, this is slightly dated, right? I've been doing these sessions for nearly 14 years now. I haven't changed my examples. It's just because to show illustratively. But culturally, a lot of things have changed, right? In India now, changing big company to startup is no big deal. And that's a pretty recent occurrence if you think about it. It's the last 3 to 5 years. But could I say 10 or 12 years ago, or even 14 years ago, if I moved from a large multinational to a startup, was a pretty big deal, because chances are none of those startups were funded. you really could go bankrupt. Also, by the way, I can never say when it comes to applications, when it comes to essays, when it comes to story selling, there is never a right or a wrong answer, by the way, guys. You shouldn't feel, oh, this third story will always work. No, not at all. Imagine this same student had changed 5 jobs in 5 years. Would this still be a big achievement? Probably not. Could have led to a rejection if they choose to write this. So it all depends. But imagine now I'm a senior stalwart with 15 years of experience in one company, and then I let go of that cushy mindset to then join a startup in some kind of a very senior role. Wow, I can use that as an achievement, and I can really, really sell myself. Excellent. Can someone tell me what is wrong with the middle one? I also like to discuss what is wrong with the other ones to give you a sense of how not to think. What is wrong with the middle one?
There is nothing wrong in the middle one, but
there is totally something wrong, my friend. If you actually write a Harvard essay, when they ask you what is your greatest accomplishment, and you say my greatest accomplishment was winning some award, you are doomed, my friend. Unless that award is Nobel Prize, by the way. Unless you want a Nobel Prize or something, wow, amazing. Talk about it.
Let me explain what I think, because in the award, if you have to explain what the award is for and how you have maintained that disruption in the task.
I love that. Excellent. Yes. If you're going to talk about the process, and that process has a lot of VUCA in it, awesome. Then can you see the award doesn't even matter. It's the process which matters. Totally works. You're absolutely right in that case, Proshenjit. The other thing I would also say is that the middle one, the problem is it is, again, someone said future facing. It probably is less future facing, right? Chances are you have won that award unless you are in very, very niche kind of roles. Tough to say. It's a person to person thing. But most of us before an MBA are in defined functional areas of work where the chances are you've been given some award by the company for being great at functional work, which is totally irrelevant for your post-MBA career. So these are the things that you have to really, really introspect on when you choose to write such stories. What is the problem with the leftmost box on your screen? The first one. I have nothing against the CFA charter, by the way. It's one of the really respected programs. It's the theme that I want to still discuss. What is wrong with this, guys?
Out of 100, there will be other 20 people who have done CFA.
Excellent. So common. Out of 100, there'll be many who would have done it. Yes. What else?
It is basically you telling that you've completed your education.
Again, past facing doesn't show me VUCA. Absolutely. I'll take a leaf from what Proshenjit was saying, and I will say, okay, how can you possibly? I had a student many years ago who wrote a similar story about completing this chartered accountancy CA. Just came to me, and I'll give you a counter example of how it could be, how it could work. He got into INSEAD, did very well. So INSEAD has this essay, what is your greatest achievement, and then what is your greatest failure? His achievement essay starts with, in India, it is fairly usual to take 2 to 3 attempts to pass the Chartered Accountancy CA exam. I am the only one I know who passed it after 7 attempts. And that was his first sentence of his achievement essay. Again, it takes a lot of courage, guys. I hope you will agree to say he's failed 6 times on CA, and that's his first sentence. Because why does he do so? Because the rest of the story, the rest of the essay is the process, where he talks about how he wasn't serious initially, how he sees all his friends going ahead, how his parents are kind of encouraging him, beta kuch aur kar lo. And then finally, when he goes, his catalyzing moment is when he goes to buy the books again for the CA final exam, and the bookseller, the shop wala on the street, kind of questions him and says, oh, tu fir se aa gaya, you back again, indignantly kind of, and his kind of entire ego is pricked. And then he burns the midnight oil and he conquers his nemesis. Now, as I tell this story, how many of you are squirming in your seat a little? Do you feel this is highly dramatized or not? Do you feel that is exactly like this happened in my student's life, or do you feel that it's been dramatized? I ask you a lot of things. Has it been dramatized? You don't have to answer, but I want you to mull over it. Can I say this same kind of story has happened to way more than 1 out of 100 students who would have been applying to INSEAD? But now the question is, how many of those students would have thought about teaching and positioning it the way that this student has? Remember what I said, presentation is the only reality, guys. I'm going to show you a lot of essays. I'm going to share a lot of stories. And the skeptical bone in many of you will go like, I don't know. Please understand, it is always easier once you see someone else's work. It's always easier to criticize someone else's work. It is horribly difficult to critique, because when you critique, yes, all GMAT aspirants amongst us, we also have to give the positive counter. We have to say, what else would you do? And that can be critiqued as well. That's what the adcoms love. They don't necessarily need to see whether you're actually 1 out of 100 when it comes to the size of your certificate. They need to see whether you're 1 out of 100 in the diversity of thought. That is what I'm trying to drive at. By the way, this story selling technique that I just talked to you is a very popular and well-known story selling technique. Many of you would have come across it. It is called the S-curve story selling technique. S-curve, also popularly known as the pursuit of happiness technique of writing. It goes back to every single super duper famous book or movie franchise that you would have seen. Let's talk about Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, every single book, every Bollywood movie, right? S-curve, it looks like the sine curve. If you look at a 2D graph, sine curve generally tends to go to the negative axis first. It goes to the lower quadrants first, and then it comes up. Why? Because then the high seems higher, right? We've seen all those. Do we love all those? I love Rocky Balboa, for instance. I always give Rocky Balboa as my example. All of us have seen this Rocky Balboa boxing movie. What happens? How many they've made? Many. Now they've Creed, right? How many? I think now totally someone said 9 or 10 to me. 11 bhi ho sakta hai. They have like, yeah, 9. I think Tavishi, I agree. I think 6 or 7 Rockies and 2 or 3 Creeds. So many. But can I say even before, and there are some Indian movie channels on the telly where I think every day they show some Rocky. But the point I'm trying to say is, in the Rocky Balboa series, when you start watching the movie, it's one of those movies, right? If you're like me, I'm like suddenly half an hour movie started, you start watching it. It doesn't matter, you can watch it from anywhere, right? Because can I say even before you started watching the movie, you know what's going to happen, right? Rocky's going to be beaten up first and then he'll finally beat up the other guy, right? Pretty much, that is it. And different iterations of it. Somehow our human brain loves it. By the way, adcoms know all of this. They laugh. Remember, they always laugh. They know what you're doing. All they want to see is, are you great at it? So why am I telling you all of this? Because I know at the end of the session, when I will say what I open the floor for questions, guess what 99% people ask me? Oh, Autrri, this is my concern. I'm so average. I have average college grade. I have average this. I have too much work X. I have too little work X. I have no work X. I have gap on my resume. I have different work X. I'm a doctor. I'm a lawyer. I'm a dentist. And my answer is, it doesn't matter. Business schools, there is no book out there which says this is the Harvard story. There is no book which says tick these boxes and Harvard will tell you, right? Imagine someone gets hold of that book. There is nothing like that. This whole myth of the profile, what does it even mean, right? So I actually hate it. I also hate when students get in touch with me and they say, oh, Autrri, what should I do in my profile? I don't want to apply the next 2 years, 3 years. I'm in college. I get so many youngsters who ask me this. The funny part is I also get people in their mid-30s, early 40s who ask me such questions. And they say, oh, Autrri, I want to apply, or I'm going to retire from the army 3 years later. And what do I do in these next 3 years to improve my profile? I'm like, someone's asked me ECS. ECS is extracurriculars, just a shorter form, extracurriculars. What do you do outside your work or college? But yeah, they ask me these questions, right? What do I do in 3 years? I don't think there is any answer. I don't think you should do anything ever just for your applications. That's a horrible way of living your life. Similarly, people ask me, should I take job X or Y? Which one would be better for my application? I'm like, there is nothing like that, because everything can be sold in your applications. You should always do what is good for your life, for your career, and for your mental health. So if you're in a job where it's toxic, where you're having a hard time, where you're having a hard time studying for the GMAT, you can't manage, do whatever is, I mean, a high GMAT score is kind of imperative. Do whatever it takes. If that means leaving your job, having a gap, all right, we'll deal with it. So everything, does that mean I'm encouraging everyone to leave their jobs and have gaps? No. You should do whatever's good for your life, career, mental health. You should do extracurriculars that you are truly passionate about. You should do vocations that you are passionate about. Yes, it's really important. If you're not passionate about, the adcom will catch you through your recommendations, through your interviews. Yes, nowadays having a social profile is really important. So let's say you want to do some extracurriculars. Make sure you have some social, on the social channels it's sold. I could be passionate about football. Great. Could I maybe create some small little football tournament in my apartment complex and maybe go to the nearest corporate company that is just across my road or where some neighbor lives and raise some funding for it, and then big that up like crazy on the socials, on my Facebook, if thousands of people to like it, and that alone could get me to Harvard Business School, which one of my students has very recently done, for instance. Now you tell me, this story that I just told you, it didn't germinate from me necessarily. It was a collaborative discussion which then came out. I'm going to share many such stories with you. all I'm trying to say is these stories are meant to inspire you that please do something. Don't be average. Think excellence. Have that courage, you know, and the way is to shut down all those negative bones. Do each of us, how many of you would agree with me? Do we all have that kind of slight negative bone in our body or not? That somehow keeps telling us ki na ye karke fayda nahi, to hoga hi nahi, we can't get in. Do we have that or not? Be honest and tell me.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
And
Yes,
would
sir.
you agree that has that ever helped you? Has that negative bone ever
Never.
helped anyone?
Never.
Exactly. So whatever negatives you have, whatever, my answer to always will be, if you come to me, I have students who come, Autrri कितना आप बोल रहे हो? मैं तो fail कर गया हूँ, मैं कभी पढ़ा ही नहीं था university में. I was on methamphetamines. I'm trying to be as I was on medicines in college. I didn't. I'm trying to do a session, so I don't want to say anything politically incorrect. But you know what I mean, right? I get students who say, I have this problem, I didn't study, never did extracurricular, didn't work, I didn't have a gap. And I'm like, boss, if you truly believe in that, you have an option in life, and the option is not do anything, stay at home, right? Harvard is not a charity, right, that they've kept it open for you. Please keep yourselves on mute, guys. You have to believe in yourself, and it begins with that belief system that's saying, yes, okay, whatever negative I have, let me think about what I can do to mitigate it. So I have a bad GPA, bad score somewhere. The GMAT, my test, my GRE or GMAT can help me. If I can prove a 99 percentile score, I would have proven that I'm academically competent. I have a gap on my resume. All right, what can I do? How can I window dress it? What can I say I did in that time, you know, to make the most of it? How can I stitch a coherent story around it? Okay, everything looks great. Everything is fabulous. I have all the tags. I have all my IITs, everything in place. Now my question is, how do I stand out? There are many who look like me. What do I do? Start thinking positive, guys. So hopefully the rest of this session will be geared towards that. And I have to tell you, I get a lot of inspiration from Sandeep's Know the World sessions. This is something that I want to, I don't think I'm introducing you to this. I'm sure you, how many of you know about this? Have you received literature on this? About Know the World?
Yes.
I'm sure you said. Now I cannot, you can put your hand down, that's fine. I cannot stress the importance of these sessions. They are absolutely fabulous, right? I mean, I think they will inspire you to think in the right way. It'll give you a sense of where the world is, how to think about influencing people. There are so many things you can utilize, not only in your B school applications, your university applications, whether it's your interviews. We have students who have given us feedback, right? And it's so amazing to receive such heartfelt feedback. I tell all my students to do it mandatorily, because when you go to business school, whether it's a simple classroom discussion, a job interview, and for many years after your life, for whatever you end up doing, it will help you. I couldn't think of a better example than my student Tarun, who's spoken so highly of this program. Tarun's credentials are, can take on anyone else's, because IIT Delhi happens to be, I think, India's one of the best universities in India. He has then gone out there and he studied in the best universities in Europe. He has worked in some of the world's biggest multinational corporations for many, many years. And for him to then sit in such a program and give the kind of feedback he has, hopefully gives the validation. So I'm showing all of this to get you out of your inertia. I know we are super lazy. So when I'm telling you all of this, I also know many of you would have received it. And then you would have seen, oh, 18 sessions. Oh my God, so many hours. Surely I could watch the next binge on Netflix or whatever. And you will be doing yourself a big disservice. So keep that in mind, right? So I'm going to just play this short snippets. I'll play many of these short snippets throughout, and hopefully that will inspire you. All right,
I studied in one of the best engineering institute in India. I also studied in one of the best management school in France. But the education which I received in last 7 days is phenomenal. I really don't think that anybody can match up that level. Narendra Modi, he should definitely get a pitch from you in which you should give this session to him, so probably he can also change the things.
So there you go. So hopefully that inspires you, that if you, has anyone seen the Know the World sessions? Has anyone watched them in its entirety or anything? If someone can volunteer.
Yes, I'm about to connect them.
What has happened? Has something changed in the way you look at the world after seeing it?
Yes, sir, absolutely. The connect the dot thing absolutely hit me, and after that I started reading a lot more, and while reading I started understanding, okay, so this is what I would have done, and this is what I did, and this is how I could have done it differently to make an impact in the future.
Excellent, Swami.
And now
Excellent.
I run in that direction.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, you can mute yourself. I request you not to raise your hands and all right now. Remember, I said I'll give you an opportunity to ask me questions at the end. Okay, I'll continue on. So on your chat box, I have shared one link with you. Have you all received that link? I have shared something with you. My suggestion is right after today's session, I would really urge you to watch it. It will hopefully be a continuation of many of the things that I have discussed with you. A lot of the things will ram home even further. Sandeep had done a session. I love some of the things he's spoken about. I would encourage you to continue watching that. Oh, the video is unavailable. Oh no. Okay, so please don't worry about it. I apologize. I think I've chosen a wrong link. Now I won't be able to take it because I have to end the session. Please don't worry. I will find that and it will be emailed to you. So if you attended the session, this will be emailed to you. If you please just give us 24 hours on this. We get busy. Just wait for 24 to 48 hours before you want to email us. If you haven't heard in 48 hours with this link, just drop us a one-liner.
Autrri, every student will we will revert everyone within 48 within 24
Ranjika,
to
let me
48
introduce
hours.
you to everyone. Everyone, this is my colleague Ranjika. I think many of you would have already chatted with her. She will be coming in towards the end of the session also. She helps me fabulously well in chatting to most of you, initial doing the profile evaluations, talking to you, answering all your queries. Ranjika is super helpful. Thank you for that, Ranjika. But Ranjika, please tell me, can we share that Sandeep's cracking the Harvard code with everyone along with that email? Because normally I just give the link here, but I think today maybe that link has been removed from there or something like that, I think.
Okay. I will check that, Autrri. I will revert that whenever we are. So what I can do is, whoever is registering, whoever needs it, because when we share our form link and they are scheduling the request, maybe they can put it in the comments as well. We'll send it across to them.
Perfect.
The ones that require.
Perfect. We'll do that. Thank you, Ranjika. Thank you so much. I'll bring you in a little later. Guys, if you're wondering what form and all, there is a way that you can reach out to one of us and chat with us. All will be told towards the end of the session. Okay, so just hang around for that. All right, I'll make quick progress so that we can keep discussing very important things. All right, so now what I'm going to try to do is I have tried my best to summarize, encapsulate some key themes that I feel work better than others. Now, I'm not trying to say these 7 themes are all that's out there. No, not at all. There isn't, when it comes to selling, there is no right mantra, there is no rule book. But I'll try my best to summarize and hopefully give you a sense of the kind of things that work better than others. Okay, so these are some of the themes that we will look at. Now, before I do so, I also want to continue convincing you that it's all about selling. I can tell you stories of students of all kinds of schools, every school out there. These slides my team has prepared a while back on a whim. These are just admits from, I think, last year, one of the rounds. I think this is 2023 round 1 or round 2 admits, one of them. A few sub-selection to show you, and in a few of those sessions, I was telling them stories about each of these students, how they are very different. So someone like Monica, for instance, she has upwards of 15, 17 years of experience. At the other end of the spectrum, sorry, if you can just please stay on mute, everyone, just makes it easier. Wait, I'll just take this back. I'll give you. So I have taken away the thing to unmute, all right, because there's a lot of echo, and then I'll give that permission again at a later point. So someone like Kritika, she had hardly about 2 odd years of experience. Monica had upwards of 17, 18. So very different. Shoaib is an entrepreneur, very different backgrounds, yes. All admits to the same school in the same round. How story selling can work. Both again exactly the same. Shagnik, loads of experience, near 40. Counter example, Cheryl, Shloka, I think is the deferred admit, still in college. Just to show you the kind of diversity. Doesn't matter who you are, what your background is. Akanksha Bhardwaj is a lawyer. Totally different kind of stories. Yes. Again, other end of the spectrum, Nupur had such a, if you Google her, you'll see she's done so many amazing stories on her socials, and she's doing it to get jobs. She's doing it to, upsell herself in the employment market, and how much she had struggled with personal difficulties with the GMAT, with the application for years, and then she got into Kellogg. So many students, and there you go, more examples, and these are just a subset of students. I can tell you all my students. I can tell you students stories on each. Do I want to pick on anyone in particular? Again, so many interesting. I mean, Juhi, for instance, these are students. I'm sure you would have come across them also in our socials. They keep coming and they host sessions. Juhi was just doing a session with one of our with one of our classes the other day. INSEAD, such a popular school. And by the way, I'm choosing these schools just to show you that it doesn't matter. You shouldn't feel story selling only works for US schools, by the way. It would equally work for a big European school like INSEAD, which I know many students would be targeting. And we have so many. I mean, now we have upwards of 40, 50 admits to INSEAD every year. That's a phenomenal number. If you think that from the whole of India, they take about 120, 130. It's about half the class are our top 1% students. Gives us a lot of pride that we must be doing something right. ISB, again, this is a subset. ISB, I think we broke all records. I think I'll let Ranjika speak here because she actually collates a lot of these stats and talks to people. Ranjika, if you're still around, what was the number for ISB last year? I think you were just.
I'll tell you. So, Autrri, for ISB, I mean, it has been the most fabulous year for top admissions, guys. So, congratulations to Autrri to begin with. And ISB numbers this year is with the YLP stage 1 admits that we just received 221 plus this year.
There you go. So crossing 200 now, and when you think that ISB's class is 950, to again know that almost 20% of the class
800, 850, and in that more than like 1/4 is ours, top 1%, and it is just increasing over and over here. As a matter of fact, if you speak with the adcoms at ISB, if you have a, of course,
who you are very pally with, I know, yes. Excellent. Ranjika does a lot of networking, and she will tell you more about that, about networking events and all that you guys can come to. It's very important. I'll talk to you about the importance of networking, guys. That's the one part of the jigsaw I haven't spoken much about. Super important. That's these are the kind of ingredients that you do. So I hope by sharing all these with you, I'm ramming home the point that you have to sell. There is no two ways. Doesn't matter what your background. Start figuring out which parts of your story you're going to put the spotlight on. And if it happens to be non-VUCA, if it happens to be boring, functional, guys, doesn't matter what your background, what your GMAT, you will not have outlier success. Look, I'll tell you stories of students later. I'll probably do it at a later point. But if I look through all these pictures and they are my students, what gives me most satisfaction is having worked with students who, all things equal, should not have made it to these schools. You know what I mean? Like students who maybe were lacking somewhere, something, you know, this kind of questions. I have so many students who come to me with these kind of questions, right? This average. I absolutely love it. It makes me do what I do, because when I see that student then land that outlier, admit, scholarship, whatever, it's great for us. That is how we have thrived in this business for so long. You know, I've been doing this for 14 years now, and it's generally my students who go out there and spread my word. Chances are you're probably sitting here in this room because someone else has told you great things about top 1%. So I hope that you will be our brand ambassadors. We are all on the same page. But for that, it is very important that we cannot do it for you. Do you know what I mean? Like, I cannot write the essay for you. I cannot go and do the interview. That just won't work. Schools have ways in which they catch you. They'll do artificial intelligence checks. In this, someone mentioned about writing essay. It came to me. I know there are people out there in other cities, in cities of India, where they are writing the entire essay and they're charging so much money. That is a terrible process. If you ever go down that, you will always have mediocre results, because schools will catch you. They have AI tools where there used to be essays on the GMAT, GRE. They've removed that. Was one of the bones of contention. They removed it. They're asking more and more video essays. Where they're making you write things on the spot. They are there to catch. They want to ensure that you are not using the chat GPTs and all, or if you're using them, you're using them not to draft. It is okay to go to a Grammarly or a chat GPT or any of these kind of tools and ask it to improve your English and grammar. Schools don't care. Your English and grammar ain't going to impress anyone. It won't get you an admit. It's really about the thought process that they look for. All right. So I want to give you some examples. Now, again, I'm going to say these examples I'm giving you are not exhaustive. They are not me, CS, or consultants amongst us, hopefully will be happy. They are not mutually exclusive and cumulatively exhaustive. It is just a slide that I put together, hopefully trying to summarize as many good themes, ideas that I could think of at that point. So every school will ask you about vision. What are your career goals? It's super important. We'll try to understand why that is important. And to show you that, I'll show you an example of an admitted student of mine to Wharton. I have again picked essays, not because these are the best essays, because these led to outlier success. These are all a little dated. This is from a little while ago. So some of these themes might look a little dated, but I haven't changed my slides in many years. I've never felt the need to, because thematically themes is what I want to show. So the essay was simple. Wharton asked, what are your career goals? My student read this. So this is where I get a break. There are 4 or 5 slides that you'll have to read. So I'll give 10 seconds on each slide to read it. You don't have to read every word, every sentence, get a general sense. Like I said, essays are very subjective. It doesn't matter whether you like it or hate it. It worked. My student got into Wharton with 710 on the GMAT back then. Back then, the Wharton average used to be closer to 740. That was the global average. It's around similar at the moment as well. Indians tend to be 10, 20, 30 points, sometimes higher than that global average. So, you know, it's usually very difficult to get into Wharton with a 710, especially for an Indian male engineer, which this student was. So I purposely, you will see my essays having a heavy flavor for male candidates, engineers. It's not like those are the only candidates who get admits. It's not like those are the only candidates I work with. I have very conscientiously chosen those candidates to show you that if they can get it, anyone can do it, right? So that's the kind of idea. So quickly go through it. So this is the first one. I'll just give 5 seconds and I'll move on to the next one. All right, so here's the next one. Here's the next one. Next one. Don't worry, if you have failed to read some one line here or there, doesn't matter. Just get a sense, please. Okay. And this is the last one.
Hello.
Just stay on mute, please. Just give me just a minute.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, I just wanted everyone to have a chance at reading it. All right, so we'll obviously discuss aspects of this essay which I feel work better than others, more than others, which I hopefully can give you, and you can go back and work at it. But before I do so, I want to hear from you. So you wanted to ask me a question. Someone was I think wanted to. So go ahead. You can tell me. What did you? I want to just hear some feedback. What did you think about this essay and so on?
Yeah. So I unmuted myself, Autrri.
Yes.
Hi. So I just want to, and many of us will admit that. Okay. So having mixed up our daily lives with emails and other stuff, being in professional.
My dear, I don't see your name here, but if I can just request you to keep it short and just give me a perspective or a question. Otherwise, we can. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So my name is Pratiksha, and my question is like, the language and the style which you have shown currently is very, very, very like within the margins. So I don't see that I would be able to write in that profession.
So Pratiksha, I have to tell you, this essay was written more than 10 years ago. Back then, there was no chat GPT and these kind of things. Now, if you actually give a decent, horribly written essay, but with good ideas to chat GPT, you'll be surprised how beautifully it will regurgitate content. Not that I encourage you to do so, by the way, but I can tell you it's not the writing of it which resulted in my student getting into Wharton all those years ago. So that's the first thing I would tell you to pacify you. Of course, if you feel you have problems, with writing, you'll have to work at it. You have to. That's why schools give you time. You have to work on things. The GMAT is again a great leveler. The reason the GMAT is structured in such a way is that is also meant to capture people whose native language is not English. are you still able to enunciate and write in a similar manner? If you're not going to be able to score in the 99 percentile, and then the top schools are not going to look at you. So they're all kind of in the same boat. So I don't have any other answers, Pratiksha, apart from that. You have to work on that. You have to work at overcoming a weakness. Not being able to write fabulously coherent English is something that many of us are not blessed with, and that's fine. You have time to put something together. You don't have to do this in a day. How long do you think this essay took this student to come up with? I want to hear some answers. Pratiksha, what do you think? How long do you think it took this student to write this essay?
Oh, for me, it would be like, at least 10 iterations of improvement.
Absolutely. It was around 10 iterations. Someone has mentioned 2 months on chat box. You're absolutely right, Saurav. It was about 2 months. It was going backwards and forwards multiple times that we came up. And believe me, Pratiksha, no matter how much you feel your writing skills are not up to the mark, when you do something for 10 times and you do it with the love and passion and positivity that I'm trying to hopefully propagate today, great things can happen. All right. Okay. So we'll look past that. Okay. I don't want to pacify. I want to show you a few things. It's very important we understand. Okay. So again, I don't care whether you like it, you hate it. That's not why I'm showing this essay. All right. It worked for my student. It worked because it was a long time ago. Back then, this idea of real estate stock exchange itself was a very new thing. Today, if you're well read, if you read the news, you will know there is about 5-6 years ago, this concept of REITs, REITs came to India. It's still very nascent. There's hardly 3 or 4 builders which offer REITs. It's basically where you can trade houses as a stock, right? As a stock unit. It's an interesting concept. It's an interesting asset class, which is still very new to India, but has been there in the United States for I think 30-40 years. So very big, trillions of dollars are floating around in it. Caused a lot of problems, right? Crashed the 2008 crisis and all, has a lot of its things in that. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, for my student back in the day to show this kind of knowledge and understanding, I hope you will see that's what gives him brownie points. Having said that, has he drawn a very coherent roadmap to it or not? Absolutely, because all he has said is he wants to be a consultant immediately after he graduates. By the way, now for all of you reading this essay, do you really look at what he's written? He's saying, I envision myself, what has he said? I want India growth story. Do you really feel this is all what he actually wanted to do, the things he has written? Do you know what he's doing now after, I think it's 7 or 8 years after graduating from Wharton? He's a partner at McKinsey. If you've heard of McKinsey, that MBB, Big Three, Mecca of consulting, Mecca of all MBs, he's a partner there, one of the youngest partners in that firm. So my point is, what happened? Was he lying over here? All those students who feel, oh, you can't. No, my dear, this is a story. He pitched a vision. Did Wharton Atcom get fooled by him into thinking, Arey wah beta, dekho, Siddharth wanted to change India? Nothing like that. They said this guy knows how to spin a yarn. Tomorrow he'll sit in front of the McKinseys of the world and convince them to give him that 250K, which is exactly what he did. And he continued that same spiel and became a partner by the time he was in his early 30s, which is an amazing achievement. So there you go. So that trait, the idea of selling, which makes many of us uncomfortable. The reason is we do not sell in our job. And that is the reason we do not grow as fast. Guys, that is the only thing that will actually change after you go to a top MBA. You will have to be selling on a day-to-day basis. It doesn't have to be a product. It could be you, your ideas, your team, your company. Everything is nothing. Every interaction, every human to human interaction is nothing but a sales exercise, if you really think about it. Okay, few things I want to point out here. Corporate audit staff, you might not have heard of this. It's one of the big things in GE. This is where he was working before he went for his MBA. The equivalent example I give is TAS, Tata Administrative Services, which many of you would have heard of. It's a leadership development program. It's an award. Goes back to an example I gave you where I said, look, award doesn't work. Can you see here my student is using an award as just as a starting point, not as an achievement, to say, and by the way, this is one of the toughest things to get out there. If you know TAS, you will know CAS is very similar. It's what about 30 people in GE every year out of 300,000 employees get shortlisted. So 0.what% I don't even know. That's how difficult it is. Look at how my student is writing it. Look, I am in the 0.01%. But that is just the beginning for me. I'm headed for bigger things. That is the kind of growth mindset, to go back to that cliche term, that these top schools are looking for. All right, a few more things. Knowledge at Wharton Forum, Anirudh Joshi, the person he's quoted, did not happen 1 week before the deadline, guys. You will all be applying. Many of you will be targeting maybe round 1. So if you're planning to apply to certain schools, please start what's called stalking them, shadow their socials. And this was written at a time where there were no webinars. Wharton used to come to India, only Bombay and Delhi, once a year for 2 days. Now, my colleague Ranjika will introduce you. Every school comes to India multiple times and they host webinars and e-events literally every other week. And yet I see students have hardly attended anything, don't know, have nothing. And the school will ask you in their form, how many events have you attended? Whom have you spoken to? Now my question to you is, why does the school ask such questions? Why do they want to see How many events have you attended? How many people have you spoken to? How many students have you interacted with? Are you following their socials? Why is that important?
Yeah, I'm showing your interest in joining this.
Okay, one is to see the interest in joining the school, but I want you to, again, that's a very 95% way of thinking. What's the top 1%? What are they really looking for?
So,
basically you know that
tomorrow, if you want to join a company,
Curiosity.
Excellent.
to what extent you want to go about
Dave,
it?
absolutely. You have hit the nail on the head. Guys, they are checking your ability to network. I'm getting a lot of cliched answers on chat box, willingness to go extra mile, personality. That is not the answer, guys. You have to get out this mindset that the AdCom want to get to know you. I use this phrase a lot, by the way, so pardon me if I do so, but I want you to get out of this mindset. A lot of my students, I get a lot of students, by the way, who've been rejected by a lot of schools. They work with some other people and so on, dinged everywhere. And the first time I do that ding analysis, the first thing I tell them is, your application looks like a शादी का प्रस्ताव. You know, शादी.com में या कहीं website में या what all Tinder, we write profile, no? Where we write what an interesting human being we are. We are all caught in that mindset. We want to say, oh, look what I'm willing to go the extra mile. I mean, who really gives two hoots about whether you want to go extra mile or not? How good are you for me? That is the only thing that matters, guys. You have to get out of that mindset. If I'm AdCom or Harvard, all I'm going to check is, if I give Autrri a chance over those 99 other poor souls who will sell their kidney to come to me, what can he do better for me? I really don't give two hoots about that. Get out of that mind space. And when they want to see how many people in the university you've spoken to, they don't really care about that. What they want to care about is, do you know how to network? Why is that important? Because tomorrow, how are you going to get that $250,000 job, guys? That will not come with a guaranteed certificate. I cannot tell you guys, here in India, my daughter goes to school here and I see how we get spoiled. I mean, I did my schooling here, so I can see it now. Having lived half my life abroad, studied there, worked there, I can see the differential. And the differential is very simple. Here we spoon feed our kids. All of you guys are spoiled. You're all spoon fed. You're being spoon fed by your family, by your schools, by your institutions, in such a way that when you don't have a set schema of things, that's when we get in trouble. We don't know what to do. And guess what? When you go to view a job, will there be any structure? Will there be any set schema? No. That is why you get paid those top dollars. Tell me something. How many of you are in a job? And those who are working, tell me this. How many of you working in a role and you look at your bosses sometimes, a super boss sometimes, and he might be earning 10x, 20x than you, and you sometimes question, yaar, isko itna paisa kyun milta hai? He's so stupid. How does he earn so much? Do some of you question this? Sometimes you look at your boss and you're like, how is this guy earning all this money? He doesn't know anything.
Yes.
Do we all do this or not? We do. The reason we do this is we don't understand what that person does. That person does something that which you are not even understanding what they do. That's how far you are from that job. That person is handling VUCA, my friends. That's why they get paid top dollar. You need to show the school that you're capable of doing the same. How do you do so? By showing that you can sell. One, they're checking your ability to sell. Again and again, I'm saying, the product doesn't matter. You are the product. So what does that mean? That means everything that you've done up to now, the sum total, for me matters very little. I will show you. I've given you enough instances already where people with great credentials get rejected and then some person who's an outlier success gets in. There you go. School is giving, it's an ultimate silver lining. School is giving everyone a chance. Ki boss, show us two things. Can you sell yourself? Why is that important? Because you'll be going out there and you will sell yourself again and get that job, do great in your entrepreneurship, all of that. And can you network? That's a basic requirement, which is becoming even and more increasingly important in the era we live in, right? So things like knowledge water, I have this for years to show people that please network. That's very important.
Autrri, can I just add a bit here?
Please do, please do, Ranjika.
Yeah. All right. Since Autrri is talking about networking, just to talk about a little objectively here, to help you understand, you all have heard of Madhura Banerjee, right? One of our youngest students that got into Columbia, Yale, Booth and Pepper. So now I just met her the month before in New York. She's been placed with Bank of America, and trust me, how many coffee chats do you think she had to do to get that? You know, take a random guess. It's not in single digits, it's 72 coffee chats that she had to do with 19 organizations to get that Bank of America internship. In return, they are also paying off half the tuition fee of whatever was left because she got a 100K scholarship. Now, it's a great way to put your face to the application, right? Because They need to understand, will you be successful post the program? So it's a great way for the school to see your talent even before you apply. So it's not just a requirement, it is needed, because if you can't network, the problems with recession, problems with everything else would definitely follow if you don't network at the right time. So yes. Autrri, was I audible?
Yes,
Yeah,
Ranjika, you are.
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am, you
Are you able to hear me, guys?
Yeah, now we
Yes.
can.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry. I think I had got
Was
into
I
mute.
audible,
Yes.
Autrri?
Thank you so much, Ranjika. That was such a great snippet. I hope that really resonates with people, because I get this question so much, and I've always got it, by the way. Everyone asks me, oh, Autrri, should I go to business school? Should I go to XYZ business school? Should I go to XYZ country in this recession, in these difficult times? I'm like, I don't know which difficult time we're living in, because from 2008 onwards, I've only seen, ever since I've graduated business school, it's been one recession after the other. There has always been some problem. And guess what? Top schools are as recession proof as possible. And it has got nothing to do with the school. It has got to do with its student pool. It is about the type of people that they're able to successfully attract, who have this amazing positivity and those skills like networking that Ranjika was talking about, where irrespective of what the situation is, where a company like Bank of America is cutting back like crazy. If you follow the news, you will know they're cutting jobs like crazy. And here you have a student who's getting top salary, who's convinced the company to even pay half of her MBA fees. That is the amazing net thing that can happen. Can it happen to everyone? Yes. Will it happen to you? It depends on you, right? I mean, that's the kind of thing. So you have to move past all those negative bones to start with. All right, great. So I wanted to show you things like this. So networking, really important, connecting the dots. One more thing, reading, right? MBA, business school, universities, these are all academic processes, right? This is an academic exercise. So the least the school expects is that you sorry, I'm just getting distracted. Yeah, sorry, I got a call. I have to just answer. Yeah. So the least they expect is that you have read, that you're reading the right kind of literature that you can ameliorate the kind of classroom discussions. So my student who has written about Arun Maira is not common discourse, by the way. Would you agree that to read this book you would have to read 10 other books to get here? He's an absolute thought leader. Maybe some of you have heard of him. The contemporary that many people have heard of is Mr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia. They were both contemporaries. They were both part of the planning commission in the early 90s in India, where future Prime Minister Manmohan Singh was the finance minister, Narasimha Rao was the prime minister. We opened up, India opened up, the elephant rate of growth disappeared. We are thankful to these doyens of the world for living in the India that we live in today, where we use all these tech tools and all of that. None of that was even possible back then, right? And Arun Maira was an absolute legend. He went on to head BCG Global, blah blah blah. You can read about him. My point is to show the kind of reading that you're doing is also why I'm encouraging you to go back to Sandeep's Know the Word sessions. All of that, all the dots, guys, all need to connect. It doesn't happen in isolation. So when you see on our socials, student X has got this fabulous admit with fabulous scholarship, it is not just us telling you. We are obviously very happy for that student. We want to shout it out. We're so proud about it. But we also hopefully want to inspire you that, look, here is a student who just maybe a year or two was in the same boat, in the same session that you are, has then taken on that advice and then actioned it, worked on it. And if you go back to one of the things my student wrote to MIT, that slide I had, 3 strengths, one of the big things I talk about, actioning feedback, being open to feedback. So important. Everyone says, oh yeah, I'm looking for feedback. How many of you actually action it? Really think about it. All right, so I want to just quickly keep going. I want to cover these and give you a lot of creative juices flowing. So story selling, very important. Do not tell them what happened in your life. Nobody cares. Remember, this is not shadi.com profile. Your future life partner or your current life partner or your family members or your closest friends, they might be interested. Mostly even they are not interested if you really. I'm sorry I sound so harsh. But if you actually think about how many things are you actually interested in, even if they're closest family members, right? We are basically very selfish creatures as human beings. We really find it very hard to look beyond our own self-growth. This is just normal human. There is nothing wrong with that. This whole ability that what do I bring to the table, really, really important. And I could not think of a better example than my student Sharan Hegre. Now, Sharan is someone I think many of you would have heard of. If someone can unmute and say, is that someone influencer, very, very popular guy?
Yes.
Yes.
He is
Yeah, many
also
of you.
part of his 1% club.
Correct. Imagine where he gets the name from also. I was like, wow, you took 1% name also. But anyway, whatever. My point is, Sharan, I worked with Sharan about 4 years ago, something, 4, maybe 5 years ago now. And now I think this slide is super dated, by the way. This 1.3 million is probably closer to 6 or 7, I think, or something like that. So his numbers keep growing. He's doing so fabulously well. I don't think he will ever join Columbia, which is what I told him when he decided not to join them and defer it. But his pitch to Columbia was very simple. He told them, look, boss, it's not just whether you should take me, but see what I can do for your school. I am an upcoming influencer in one of the world's biggest growth markets where you want to recruit a lot of people. Think about what I can do for you. And Columbia truly believed in that. So here, think about the kind of how you can change the game, how you can turn things around. And what otherwise was very average credentials, right? If you see Sharan's profile, I mean, RV College is a good school, but it's not, I would not say it's India's best engineering college. The kind of work he was doing, I think many thousands of applicants can stake claim to that. His GMAT score was also pretty kind of median range, below median for a school like Columbia. So it's really, you must do these extra bits if you want great things to happen to you. VUCA readiness, again, ability to connect the dots, being aware. You'll see the themes are overlapping. I'm trying my best to differentiate them as much as possible so that you can go home, you can put down in your buckets, okay, what can I say when it comes to VUCA readiness? What have I done? In the right essay, you sell this, great things can happen to you. I will show you a few more full-on essays in a bit. So this whole idea of VUCA readiness, I want to show you this one video. So this is where I try to give some break from this reading and me talking. So one of my students many years ago, Pradeep, had done this video for business school. And he did so fabulously well, got scholarships, didn't pay a single penny for his MBA. I'm going to show that video to you. Today, Pradeep, by the way, the student is a fully tenured professor at, I believe, Arizona State's business school, Carey School of Business, which is a great university. And being a tenured professor is a very big deal. It basically means he can never be kind of fired, right? I mean, unless he does some serious ghapla, he will never be fired. And it's amazing job because if you're a business school professor, it means you also get to do a lot of corporate assignments, which literally can pay you millions of dollars, which is what he's doing. He handles marketing. He's teaching the world's executives how to do marketing and doing market research and that kind of stuff. Very cutting edge. And to see the kind of gumption the kid had, I want to show you this video he had made. Just a little bit of background on this video. Video was simple. The video was asking, introduce yourself to your classmates in a video form or a non-written form, basically. You could write poems and everything. He chose to do a video where he brought together his passion for rock and roll music. He was a passionate doodler, cartoonist. So he took this very famous Billy Joel song, which many of you would have heard of, We Didn't Start the Fire. And he changed the lyrics entirely to talk about how when he had graduated in 2008, it was the time of the recession, right? That great recession when a lot of problems were happening. And he had this job from Lehman Brothers. If you heard of that bank, which collapsed back then, it was one of the world's biggest investment banks. He was one of the unfortunate souls who had a full-time placement from campus at Lehman. And unfortunately, he couldn't take it up because Lehman collapsed. So he talks about how it was not, this generation did not light the fire. The fire was always burning. It's a 3-4 minute video. I really want you to pay attention to this. Watch out for the lyrics, because in this 4 minutes, he will encapsulate everything that led to the 2008 crisis. So I wanted to see the amount of knowledge my student is actively showing off, by the way. There is no two ways about it. And why, therefore, he deserves outlier success. So I'll just play this and then we'll talk about it.
Deregulation, lifetime crisis, Solomon Brothers, leverage buyouts, KKR, Nabisco, 94% gone, there was a plan before. Crash of 87, Island, Greenspan, Belgium, circuit breakers, Black Monday, mortgage-backed securities, Feds started nuking, the swinging bits, once child lesson and goodbye. He didn't start the fire, it was always burning since the walls were turning. We didn't start the fire, no we didn't light it, but we tried to fight it. Blackstone's model, long-term capital, Reuben Clinton,
All right. So I really mean this when I say that after watching this, I hope you will never say, how does this knowledge matter to me? You can really, really think about, yes, I'm getting so many relevant comments. Absolutely. Trying to encapsulate, and so relevant even today. This is a recession that happened almost 2 decades ago, but equally relevant. And that is the kind of timelessness when it comes to a good sell. So keep that in mind. These are things, and again, I say, can it be done? Like I asked this question to students, 1 out of 100, can they do it? Yes. Do they do it? Probably not, right? So can that one be you? You better hope so, right? Work towards it. All right. So this whole idea of eclecticism is also something that I really, really, focus on. This whole idea of showing your eclectic pursuits. Can someone briefly summarize, tell me what is eclecticism? Like, what is the meaning of this? What do I mean by this?
Like, to eclectic as in different sectors.
Different sectors, absolutely. Yes, that's broadly what it means. Why would a business school or university like to see very different things? Like, even if you look at my student here, he's talking about finance, which is so kind of analytical, and then music and art, which is so not. Why do you think something like that would really work?
It basically shows that you know what is happening around you.
Yeah, one is that, Manru, but there is something else. Okay, just mute yourself. There is something very important. When you talk about
Left and right brain.
Excellent, Anurag. Absolutely. It goes back to left brain, right brain synchronicity. This is something that universities, business schools in particular, are very gung-ho about. See, the idea is very simple. If you truly want to thrive in VUCA, if you want to lead in VUCA, nowadays, just being one-side brain is not good enough anymore. This is very different to, let's say, our parents or our grandparent generation, right? So for many of you here who are very young still. In my parents' generation, for instance, I will explain, Abhishek, what is left and right brain. You can look it up. You can read. That is why I've also encouraged you to do Sandeep sessions where he talks about such things in a lot more detail. But the idea is very simple. Back in the day, our parents' generation used to be one sort of side brain dominant, where if you were, let's say, more of left brain dominant, you're a right-handed person, left brain controls the right hemisphere of your right part of your body. You're known to do more analytical things like math and so on. And then if you're more right brain, you tend to be left-handed and more creative. Generally, left-handed people are thought to be more creative. These are general kind of ballpark things, right? So when we talk about management sciences, for instance, marketing used to be a domain of slightly more creative people. But then nowadays, when you have things like marketing analytics, today marketing is zilch without analytics, right? And analytics is a totally left brain game. So can you see the kind of people that they are looking for? Yes, absolutely, Promit. They're looking for people without that one track mentality. Absolutely. So if you're able to show that, you will get brownie points. Again, one more example of this. This is again an essay that I'm trying to show you of a student. And look how she has written. I picked a girl again with different interests to add some flavor, some diversity to my essay selection. Didn't want all guys, but again, see different kind of. So look at the essay topic. Firstly, they want to get a sense about yourself. The previous one also, Pradeep's video, was also very similar. Please tell us about yourself. It was again a business school essay which allowed you to do it in any format. I think this one was a written one because you can see it says 500 words. And look at the goal of this essay is to get a sense of who you are. It's literally like almost like a Tinder profile that the university is asking for. But be careful, because even though it's it's like a red herring, right? Where you might think it's like a Shadi.com profile pitch, but it isn't. It's still you're writing to those adcoms. And now imagine adcoms, Harvard will get 12,000 such essays multiplied by 500 words. Imagine how many millions of words they will have to read as a result. So you can bet your bottom dollar they're not doing this for fun. They're not doing this to get to know what beautiful human beings you are and whether they want to date you or not. They frankly can't care. They want to see, are you employable or not at the crux of it. So I want you to see how this student has strategically written things. Picked philosophies, like the objectivist philosophy, can totally work when it comes to VUCA, right? Objectivism. If you know what it is, you will see how that's such a great kind of alignment right there. Because why? Because you don't get paid $250,000 post Harvard to maintain the status quo, right? You would have seen someone even mentioned disrupt the status quo. You see me using that. That is very popular. You would have seen, oh, business schools love disruptors of status quo. The question you should ask yourself is why? Why do they love it? It's not like it's a coolness factor. It's not like you're cool if you disrupt the status quo. No, in your 250K job, you'll be paid to disrupt the status quo, not to maintain it. Because to maintain it, I will get the lowly paid guy working in India in the back office, right? Always remember that. So you have to keep in mind, if you can show that in your belief system, in your philosophy, you have some alignment with that, that will help you. And then showing different kind of styles of interest. So Steffi Graf fan, athletics, any kind of sport, business schools, universities love, right? Because it talks about competitive spirit. Look at the kind of lessons I learned, that I'm my own best friend and my own worst enemy. Self-belief. Think back to what I've been telling you all through this session. It's all about self-belief, guys. If in your essays that self-belief does not come out, I hope when you read my students' essays, it's not that the language is something that I want to bandy. That is very easy. The point I want you to see, look at the kind of ethos that's coming out. Hopefully, this kind of positivity, that self-belief shines through. Where I tell my students, don't write questioning. That's the kind of level that these adcoms are able to read. They will read between the lines. They will not read line by line. They will skim through it. I do this exercise with students, by the way. Let me ask this actually. I don't know if you know what the entire docket is about 40 pages long that will hit Harvard Adcoms table. It will comprise many such essays, a resume, recommendation letters, all your mark sheets, what's the fancy name is, transcript, all of that. How long do you think they spend on that entire 40 pages? What do you think, guys?
30 minutes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Yeah, the naive answer is 30 minutes. The truthful answer, I mean, obviously you talk to Adcom, they'll say, oh, we read every word. Don't worry, Autrri, we spent the whole day on your file. But the truth is, if you do the simple math and you see that Harvard gets 12,000 applications and you actually see the decision makers. So what happens with admission committees is they have loads of admin people, right? Loads of people, those who face people, those who talk to them, who answer your queries. Now, these are not decision makers. The actual decision makers are people you hardly ever get to meet. And these are less, you can count them in one hand, if not a single digit, let's say. So if you have less, Harvard has about 8 to 10 decision makers in their whole Adcom panel reading 12,000 files. And by the way, one person cannot decide your fate. They try to do it as democratically as possible. It's not like I picked your file, I decided yes or no. At least 3 people will read your file. And if there is everyone says yes, then you get called for interview. If one says no, then they have these kind of round tables where they debate with each other of whether their person should get selection over the other person's candidate, and so on. So they try to make it. So imagine now they give a total of 3 to 5 minutes per file. So do you really think they're going to read every word? They probably spend 10 to 20 seconds on each essay. So you really want to capture their attention by giving them what they're looking for, which means what's the tone of your essay? Guys, you're studying GMAT. Yes. What are the things that Sandeep is teaching you? Yes. How to capture the tone of the essay. What are those buzzwords you look out for? They look out for the same kind of things. That is why the GMAT, everything. A lot of time people give the GMAT and they ask me, Autrri, what a rubbish test this GMAT is. How does it ever encapsulate what you're going to do in business? And I'm like, you'll be surprised that a lot of these tests have been done by psychometricians who really know what they're doing. So yeah, so just continue with this. Sorry, I get digressed, but athletics, sports, yes, something very eclectic. Again, something totally different. Debating, going on stage, public speaking. You know that's the pet favorite of all top schools, right? They need it. You need to be a great orator if you want to succeed in leadership post graduation. So talking about the journey, standing frozen and being able to being a master at it. Again, totally different. Hindustani classical music and teaching some underprivileged kids. So I hope you get a sense of what I mean by eclecticism. Again, the skeptic among you should ask, Autrri, how is it possible that this student is doing so many things and giving the GMAT and holding a full-time job? Yes, absolutely. So maybe she was not doing everything all in the same time on the same day. Remember, it is a selling exercise. You have to sell, sell, sell. School doesn't care about anything else. Handling curveballs, yes, there will be all sorts of curveballs. These are questions like, just read these questions. Just keep yourself on mute, guys. Look at the kind of questions that you're asked. I do quick analysis. Look at the first one. 3 people you could choose on a cross-country automobile trip. Why are they asking such a question? What are they hoping? Is it again Shadi.com profile? They want to get to know which 3 individuals Autrri would love to have a chat with. What are they looking for, guys?
How to handle the uncertainty of the business. I think that is the
So in this first essay, Prosenjit, how do they check that?
Okay, you can check it. Suppose if I go to different place, first of all, problem will be a challenge. The food, the culture, people understanding
the question doesn't necessarily food culture. Question is saying, who would you choose? Who are the 3 people you would choose? What are they looking for?
It shows your vision, right?
They can support you.
Leadership qualities.
I think they want to understand your understanding of the past and the present and what topics you have expertise over
Good,
or knowledge.
excellent. And why? Why would that be important, Soumya?
To forecast how you would do in the future.
Absolutely. Or can I actually say this is nothing but a red herring essay where all the school is doing is they're checking your goals. Remember, all schools will ask you your post-MBA goals. What do you want to do? I showed you one example of that essay. Can you see in this essay, I can seek validation. If I truly want to, let's say, do a real estate stock exchange, who are the people that I choose to sit with, to talk to? Can you see that's the way they catch you? So a lot of people miss out on such things. Then they start writing random stuff and then they realize not as great a candidate as we thought he or hoped he could be. So this is the kind of thing, guys. All those dots in the application have to connect. It's always easier for them. Can you see, famous person said, right, on great Steve Jobs, always easy to connect the dots looking backwards. So these adcoms will see your entire 40 pages, all the essays, everything. It'll be easy for them to connect the dots. For you, it'll be much harder because you have to take each of these dots and you have to see how to connect them. That's a task easier said than done. All of you will have to do it. So yeah, get going is all I'm trying to drive you to. Okay, strong convictions. Cannot stress the...
For the previous example, is it not about the team building, like how you choose your people for your own projects, for the projects that is given to you?
I think it's less about projects. It's more about the future projects that you will work on. So whatever future you have written, the business school will also have an essay. What is your post-MBA goal? This essay will be hopefully there to supplement and complement it. That is what it is for. Of course, within that, if you can show collaboration and all, nothing like it. That would be great. Look at this kind of a topic. Business of business is business. What does this even mean? This is from a UK business school, Oxford University, SAIT School of Business, had it for many years. Tell us about a song that describes it from UC Berkeley, Haas. I have people who I work with in their 40s who say, Autrri, I stopped listening to music years ago. I have kids, I have family. What the hell? Yes, think about why the school is asking you. There are no easy answers to this, highly subjective, but there is a reason why they ask these questions. And the reason is not they want to know what your music selection is, what you listen on Spotify. They really don't care about that. Okay. Strong convictions, guys. This is another great example to show you strong conviction. Ria was another outlier, a success case. She was very young when she joined Booth, the youngest in the classroom, as it happens. She came to me literally on a whim, literally 10 days before the round 2 deadline during Christmas time, just when she was off for Christmas holiday. All the deadlines in round 2 are in January 1st week. She had got the 99 point some percentile in CAT, and she had cracked IMAB for the regular PGP 2-year program. And she was mulling over whether she wants to go to IIM and do the 2-year program or go abroad and do an MBA. Obviously, world is always in a tough place. Parents will always say, study in India, much easier. Kharcha bhi kam hai, bachchi bhi yahi pe rahegi. That was the kind of mindset she was on. Kind of encouraged her to apply. Let's see what happens. Because normally at 22, 23, you're not going to get an admit to these top schools. Not only did she get in, her GMAT was good, not outstanding. Not only did she get into the world's #1 business school at the time, Chicago Booth, she also got a huge scholarship, which I think she has even increased, which I think Ranjika will tell you. She's almost got a full free ride. Wow, what a change in fortune from deciding to join IIM and having a totally different career track to now going to Booth. And I don't know, working where. Ranjika, are you still on call? Are you still with us?
Yes, Autrri, I'm here.
Ranjika, where is Ria Pannu? You, I think, told me she's cracked an amazing job as well.
Yes, absolutely. So Ria is just graduated from Chicago Booth this year, Autrri.
Right.
Just last month, and now she interned at Citibank, San Francisco. She did her last quarter at your university, so at LBS.
Excellent. Yes.
She's done her last quarter at LBS.
And will she be joining Citibank? Is that what she'll be doing?
Most likely, but I think she may also want to look. So she's looking around, but Citibank is where she interned, and so
imagine these students get to choose between Citibank or somewhere else. That's the kind of opportunity. So when I get students, Ranjika, hopefully you second this, you talk to a lot more students who are in the university. I get students who are so skeptical, who ask me, Autrri, is it a good time to do an MBA? I'm so skeptical, recession is going on. And then I tell them, as long as you go to the right kind of top 1% school. Obviously, I always am skeptical about mediocre third-rate schools. But as long as you go to the top-notch schools, I think the world is your oyster, Ranjika. I hope you will agree. You have so many opportunities. Yes.
Absolutely. Autrri, I think, with Ria, she just, by the way, another thing I wanted to add, I'm super, super proud of the fact that she just turned 26 and she's done with MBA from Chicago Booth, right? So if she can, everybody on the call can. That's all we know.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ranjika. Thank you. Awesome, guys. So there you go. More. And this is one of Ria's essays that she wrote to Booth. Again, similar essay prompt, tell us something about who you are. We'd like to learn about you outside of the office. I wanted to see the kind of themes she has picked. Very relevant for business school, yes. You will see how it has been put. The first one, talking about mentoring, being a champion for women. These are very hot topics right now. Inclusivity, diversity. I'm sure you hear this is a very big topic in business school applications as well. It's almost to a point that you have to, tick some boxes, even if it's a bit cliched. The school needs to know that you're able to do so, because when recruiters come on campus, you will have to do the same. So look at it. She's written about so many different themes. She talks about helping others with their coding and so on. And then in the next one, she has talked about something very different. Look at the kind of big thinking. How do we feed 9+ billion people? For a 23-year-old to ask such questions. And I love this line, and this is hopefully where my thought process and contributions come. Look at this. Happily, we secured the endorsement of XYZ. Now, endorsement, by the way, is one of those words, right, which will make adcoms laugh. Does it mean anything? Does it mean that Haryana University has invested in this firm? No, it doesn't at all. Just means that they've been selected for some competition, which you can as well if you just enter some competition. This is what I mean by selling, guys. Remember the crass example I gave you about being on a conference call with CEO and saying that chairing the conference call, which ruffled a lot of people. People didn't like it. Of course they don't like it, and the reason is you should not like everything. If you like everything, you will be in the 95% and you won't be getting into Harvard Business School or that kind of echelon of schools. You have to be comfortable with ruffling feathers. That is the kind of things the schools are looking for. Whether you have the courage and the gumption to carry it forward in your interview, get it validated on your recommendations, that's when great things happen. Outlier success happens. And then look at this one again, totally different. Again, that S curve comes in. Look, S curve disrupting the status quo. She drops boiling hot water on herself. So that S curve, I don't want to demean anyone's personal thing, but third-degree burn is super painful. But then talk about the growth. So the achievement of climbing up some mountain in Ladakh, which I'm sure many of you on this call have probably done already. You can say, what is the big deal? Well, you have to make it into a big deal, sir. And that's what the school will give you credo for. All right. So hopefully these examples, these essays ram home the same points that I'm trying to make. You don't have to read every line, but hopefully you get a sense of it. And then demonstrated excellence, right? Schools are always looking for that. So GMAT, I cannot stress the importance of it. Chances are most people on this call are yet to write the GMAT. Great. The biggest filter is still in your hand. Students often say, oh, I have this problem, I have that problem. And my first answer always is get that 99 percentile score. And the answer most of the times I get over the last 14 years, yeah, Autrri, don't worry, I'll get that score. You look past it. I'm like, buddy, if I look at the last 14 years, the number of people who said I'll get the 99 percentile score and the number who actually came, the delta is humongous. So saying and getting it are two different things, guys. Invest that time, go through the blogs, see our socials, see the kind of way our students study, the intensity with which you need to study to get that 99 percentile score. That alone can be a differentiator. And I can give you hundreds of examples. Before I do with the GMAT, I picked one more, is a Stanford essay. Stanford's most famous essay, one of the toughest essays to write out there, is what matters most to you and why. The topic is what matters most to you and why, 650 words. Again, my student wrote something different, relevant, not shadi.com profile. Mathematics is what matters most to him as an engineer, as someone who was working in investment banking. Someone has just asked me a good score for a focus edition. There is no good score for focus edition, my dear. It's all percentiles. You know, right? They're all going to look at your percentile. So you want to get a 99 percentile score. Right now, I think anything above 715 is counted as 99 percentile. But we're getting a huge number of students getting more than 715. Keep all these questions for the end, my friend. Please request you. I will answer. But the aim should be to get a 99 percentile score. Look at this student. He has really proven his mathematical chops. I have aced the quant section of CAT. I love math, and look, he's proven his love for math. In this page, he's talking about other things. Not the first page, he showed his, demonstrated his actual credentials. CAT is something I can quantify, but folding a piece of paper and cutting into diagonal, doing all of this much before it became fashionable on loads of edtech companies' TV advertisements, is something that will get you brownie points. To show that I like to watch my gas mileage change with improvements I make. This is something that you actually have to do and believe in. You cannot make up such things, right? And again, even if you do, how does the school care, right? It's not stealing anyone else's joy, right? So this is what I mean by showing your love for something. And then to write a goals essay where you write, I'm an investment banker, I'm going to continue growing in it. Well, the one thing an investment banker has to be good at is math. All the dots then start connecting. Look at this one. Maths has helped me a lot. It has developed my imagination, inculcated a clear and logical thought process, imbibed a natural curiosity to delve deeper into the inner workings of everyday occurrences. Insatiate with shallow answers, I am perennially in pursuit of the why. Why do you think something like this works? This line, someone tell me, why does this work?
It it checks the tick box of
Points back
curiosity.
to the question.
Yeah, and which box does it tick?
Curiosity.
Okay, but what was the one thing that I said rules everything else?
Futuristic.
Guys, VUCA, when you get that VUCA job, will you do this exactly or not? This is why you'll be paid the big bucks. To not be satiate with shallow answers. Be perennial in pursuit of the why. Think beyond curiosity. Everybody is curious. Everybody can say they are curious. Look beyond it. Prove it. Demonstrate it. Actions. In one of my slides, I had diversity of thought where I said prove in actions, not words. Has my student proven it in actions here or not? I like to watch my gas mileage change with improvements I make. I like to track stocks. I saw a friend breed small pets for a hobby. I use probability when calculating the genetics. I mean, come on. Anybody can do this, but does anybody do it? That's the thing. Right? Think about such things. Very easy to look back on someone's work and go like, oh, I can do it as well. You will have to do it very soon, guys, and they will then grill you in the interview. All the dots have to connect. Okay. Demonstrated excellence. I have so many examples. I've kept these slides for years. Trishika was a student who was so worried about the college she graduated from. This is a college she graduated from. I don't know about you. I had not heard of it back then. I still don't know many students from here. But my point is a lot of students are worried about their undergrad, college I graduated from, my GPA. And I use such students to show what you can do. She got a 770 GMAT, got a full scholarship from Carnegie Mellon Tepper School of Business, which is a great school. And she has done so well. She then went on to work. She's done all sorts of amazing things. She worked for Bain. She's done product management, all sorts of things that even Harvard MBAs are proud of. Let's see what she has to say about just the idea of selling yourself and selling your pedigree, how much it can help.
Hi, my name is Trishika, and I currently finished my first year of MBA at the Tepper School of Business. I'll be interning with Bain & Company as a generalist consultant this summer, and I just wanted to talk to you about my application process and my experience through applying for business school. So I gave my GMAT on the 14th of August, and a few months before that was when I started working with Autrri on the application process itself. Autrri has truly been an incredible resource through this for me because he helped me not only identify the schools based on my practical needs, whether it's the score, what I'm looking at as far as my goal, and what my skill set and experience was, but he helped me think about it as a fit and which school would be a good place for me to go to gain a complete experience that I was looking for. Through the application process, he also taught me how to frame my story and really show what kind of a value I brought to any business school or any place I was going. And that has truly been an invaluable lesson that I learned from him, because I used that throughout my business school experience, whether it was framing my resume again or preparing my stories when I was talking to companies. And it played a huge part in landing the internship that I wanted with Bain. To tell you a little more.
Okay, so I won't make you listen to the whole thing, but I just wanted to reinforce the ideas that I'm sharing with you are more like life lessons, by the way. This is not only for business school applications. It will stay with you even when you go for your job interview. I want to highlight I do this because I don't want you to ever ask me such questions ever again in today's session or later when you try to reach out to me. Please don't send me a sob story, Autrri, these are my problems. Do I have enough work ex? I hate answering such things. I do this session to hopefully answer and pacify that, look, there is a humongous sample size of students that I have personally worked with over the last 14 years who've literally overcome every single odd that you can think of. The things that are non-negotiable, if you have some negatives on your profile, please forget about that and work on the positives. Get a high GMAT score. First, get that 99 percentile score. Then maybe approach me and tell me, okay, how can I mitigate this? That should be your kind of mindset. Okay, so common gripe. Do I have enough work to do an MBA? I get so I have 1 year. I have worked with people who have less than a year experience, 2 years, 3 years, and then 4 is like the average, right? So there are enough number of students. Here is another student, less work ex. Let's see what she has to say.
Given that I had only 1 year of experience, I tried consulting different consultants who help out people with their applications to the business schools. But I was receiving a lot of negative feedback from everybody saying that you have only 1 year of experience. How can you apply to a B school so early? Even if you do, it's just a gamble and you would not be able to get through and everything. So what I did was I started researching about the current students in different, and I was lucky enough to find a contact in Carnegie Mellon Tepper Business School, and she was also a client of Autrri's, and she actually got me in touch with Autrri, and trust me, when I spoke to him, he was the only one consultant I had spoken to, and trust me, and I've spoken to a lot of consultants. He was the only one who told me that no, that's okay, it doesn't matter if you have only 1 year of experience. It's about how you portray yourself and how you really project yourself in front of the B schools is what is going to get you an admit. And he was the one who really made sure that I did not feel like it wasn't worth applying, and he gave me the confidence that it's still okay to apply even though I had only 1 year of experience. So when I started working with him, and he's not just like any other consultant, and I got this reference even from the student whom I had contacted in Carnegie Mellon as well, saying that he is not like any other consultants. You might be seeing a lot of this GMAT and B school application school programs and everything, wherein they just give you a questionnaire, ask you to answer some set of sample questions, and then they just write the essays for you. And he's nothing like that. He sort of gets to know you so that he can create a brand for each student. And he is not somebody who just works in the normal office hours, which many other consultants do, and you could be more confident during the interviews as well. So to speak quite frankly, the fact that just given my 1 year of experience, just 12 months of my experience, I got into one of the Ivy League universities, Cornell University, and by the age of 25, I'll be done with my MBA. So, yes, I think coming to Autrri for help has been the best decision during my application process. All throughout the process, it's not just till you apply to a business school, and even when you're applying to business school, he works day and night. Even if you call him up at 10 in the night and you ask him that this is a doubt, so he's very much friendly and he's very much forthcoming to make sure that he addresses your areas of concern and makes sure that you are.
Okay, I'll stop this here, but my only point of making you hear of all of this is to hopefully pacify that negative bone in your body. Of course, I love getting such feedback. It makes me wake up in the morning and do what I do for the last 14 years. Absolutely. But me showing you this hopefully will get you out of the bed tomorrow and get over those negative thoughts and start working on the positives, whether that's the GMAT, whether it's getting your story in place, all of that. I won't show you many more of this. Sandesh is another great example of a student. So all of this is available on our website, on our socials. I don't coach any student to say anything in their testimonials, right? It's from heartfelt. This student literally did his interview, took off his tie in his own words, and he got his acceptance letter with full scholarship, literally as he was taking off his tie at 4 o'clock in the morning, India time. That's how much the AdCom interviewers loved him. So this is the kind of level of success that my students have had, and every year they continue. You can see Ranjika saying every year the numbers are going higher and higher, and why not? Because the basic tenets and principles stay the same. More you believe in it, the better it is. I can show you examples of Chaitali. She's only here because she did great. You know, she got a great internship. She got a great job where she worked for BCG or somewhere. In her words, she got the salary which paid off. She got something like a $60,000 joining bonus, which she used to pay off her entire fees at Yale. And then her sister came. I've kept all this because these are people who are in touch with me and they're close to my heart. But then Nikita got into Yale and LBS, and she chose to follow her elder sister. 2 years. I can show you so many, okay, more or less, and different geographies as well. It's not to say it's only US or anything like that. Let's see ISB, which I know many of you sitting here might be YLP candidates. Let's see what one YLP candidate has to say.
Hi everyone, I am Ranjika Mitra. I recently got an admit into ISB for the PGB program through the YLP route, and I took the career counseling services of top 1%. I had the opportunity to meet Autrri in this process, and I would wholeheartedly want to recommend him to anybody who wants to make it to this college. I think Autrri has really helped me bring out my it factor, my selling points, which the AdCom really appreciated in my essays. He's somebody who really understands what the AdCom is looking for into, and therefore he is able to guide you properly. He gave me extremely useful interview tips and tricks, and we did a lot of interview preps as well, which helped me kind of crack the process. I think one of the distinguishing factors about him is that he was very prompt with me throughout the process, and he got back to all my queries and doubts, whatever and however trivial I thought that was, in the least amount of time. Since getting into YLP is also kind of a very lengthy process, I think he's a good friend to have throughout this process, because he kept motivating me and he kept pushing me in the right direction. So working with him has been a great delight, and I would wholeheartedly want to recommend him to anybody who wants to get through this college.
So more, doesn't matter what school, what geography you're looking at, what you're, and again, even more than usual work experience can fly, right? I mean, I can think of so many examples, none better than Vinita, who again did so well. Vinita is a very interesting kind of case study that I always use to show students. Same person, same product, so as to say, had done a whole bunch of applications for a year or two before she came to me, had worked with loads of other consultants. This, that, spent so much money on this entire process, totally demotivated, thinking, giving up, late 30s with what, 15 plus years of experience or something like that. And then same story, same, just repositioned. Obviously, you know, the story churned out in a totally different way, leads to fabulous admits. I will let her speak in her own words.
Hi, my name is Vinita Autrri. I'm a software engineer turned television journalist. I worked with CNBC TV 18 for more than 6 years before I took a break and wrote my book. I currently run my own boutique content consulting company in Bangalore. My MBA journey started in 2018 when, after more than 10 years of working, I decided that I would go to a business school. Coming from a background in media and journalism, I totally felt like this is something I can handle on my own. I didn't really need a consultant. And with that sense of bravado, I went ahead and applied to a few schools. I was absolutely shocked to learn that I had been rejected by all schools without even an interview. And it was a terribly depressing phase for me. I spent several months like it was in this process that I was introduced to Autrri. I remember coming back from that meeting and thinking, wow, this is like the most power-packed 20-25 minute long meeting that I've had with anybody in this MBA journey. Honestly, writing part was not the biggest challenge for me because I come from that industry, right? But knowing what to write, to me, was like this priceless gift that Autrri gave. Oh my God, I'm almost like emotional when I say this. He has been the most extraordinary mentor to me in this process. I just can't think of anybody else who could have done a better job of holding my hand and mentoring me through this process. For somebody who'd been rejected earlier and was going through that whole painful, kind of a soul-searching process, this time around, I did not want to make those mistakes. So there were so many times when I used to call him with like seemingly silly doubts, but he was always there. He was always there for me every step of the way. I always tell him that even if I had a family member who was into admissions consulting, I don't think that person would have supported me as much as Autrri did. And as a result of all of this time around, when I applied, I got into I applied to 5 of the schools that I applied to were top schools in the US and Canada. And I got into all 5 of them with significant financial aid. I finally chose Duke's Fuqua School of Business, where I not only got a seat, but I was also named the Keller Scholar as well as a Forte Fellow, to amazing honors. In fact, Keller Scholarship is Duke's topmost academic merit award, and it is given to less than 1% of the incoming class. So about 5 students every year get this from across the world, and it's a full tuition financial aid. Such an incredible shift in the kind of results I was seeing. As somebody who's like spoken to so many consultants across the world, I've truly felt that that there is nobody who understands this process better than Autrri does. It's almost like magical. He's like a magician who just gets this process like that, and his inputs and his advice and his feedback has been so valuable to me that I truly feel that no matter who you are, how successful you are, MBA admissions is not about your success. It is about how well you're able to communicate that success in ways that are meaningful to a school. So if you are looking at B school admissions at all, I think it would be a great disservice to yourself if you did not give yourself the opportunity to work with this man. He is incredible, and he is like, every second that you spend with him will be dripping with so much value that you will thank yourself for making this choice. So I wish you best of luck, and I truly hope that you will choose to work with Autrri, because he's the finest out there. Good luck with that.
So I will just repeat again one line that she said, and like I said, it's just great to get such validation. It's never about the successes that you have. It's all about how you communicate that success in a meaningful manner. I think as a journalist, she's done a great job of summarizing. That's exactly what I would say. That's what actually works. Again, I can make you hear all sorts of stories. I'll focus on one or two Indian, maybe one more Indian school student to show you, because I know many of you will be targeting Indian schools. I'll talk about schools in just a minute, and I'll give you my opinion on this. But let's just quickly maybe hear what my student here has to say.
Hi, this is Rajat. Autrri has been a guide to me for the last 5 to 6 months. He mentored me to choose a business school. He helped me with my application, with my essays. And though I did not get a very good GMAT score, but I got calls from all the schools, all the business schools I applied for. He follows a very systematic approach. The best thing about him is he doesn't write your application, he doesn't write your essays, but he would push you to come up with your own story. And this would initially might annoy you, but this would actually prepare you for the interview. If in the interview I did not have to think twice. I was very clear what to focus on. I was very clear on my own story. Thanks to Autrri, I got admit from 2 top schools, waiting for the 3rd one, including ISP. And my compliments to Autrri for being available to me 24/7. And he assisted me throughout my journey. Thank you so much, Autrri. Bye-bye.
For me, when I see such candidates giving such heartfelt feedback, really makes me want to do even more and more of what I do. Okay, so I always like to ram home the point. So you can see many of my students talking about, okay, how can I drive the interview? And this is something that I keep talking about. You can literally preempt the kind of questions the interviewers will ask. Remember the example I gave you where the student sticks his neck on the line and says, hey, I can predict where the market will be in 6 months. You know the question will come. Okay, go ahead, tell us what your predictions are. And great, you want it to be that. Then you go prepared. It goes back to a conversation, a repartee I was having with one of the students in your session who expressed worry that, oh, what if they ask me difficult questions? Won't they catch me? This entire concept of they'll catch you means you're in the wrong mindset. You never will be able to get into these top schools if that's your mindset. You cannot be afraid. If you're afraid, you will never even get that interview call to start with. Remember the stat I told you, out of 100, only 3 will be called for an interview. That's the tough part. So it's those who are willing to disrupt the status quo, willing to stick their neck on the line and say things which make the adcom go like, okay, wow, this is interesting. We know what he's doing here. He's trying to sell a story. Let's now quiz him. Let's get him on a call. Let's get him on an interview. And let's see how he takes on some difficult searching questions. Awesome. Now you go prepared and you really sell the story even more. That's when outlier success happens. And here is another student, another story who validated this many years ago. Akshat, great candidate. He had such great credentials, great undergrad and all of that. And his biggest thing was, we Google him, you read about him, a very inspirational person. If you've heard of Mr. Prashant Kishore, again, very, very important right now with the elections going on and everything. When Modi ji came to power 10 years ago, Akshat was a part of Prashant Kishore's team, which came up with these concepts like Chai Pe Charcha. And this was the day when data analytics had started. This CAG or something, I think they were called. Many of you would have heard of it. I know I've worked with so many students who have come to me from that same organization over the past 10 years. But Akshat was one of the first, he was one of the founders of that organization, actually, in the founding team. And he did so well, went to LBS and so on. Let's just quickly see a snippet of what he has said.
I knew how to drive the interview where I wanted it to go. In the sense that, if there is a certain thing that I have to talk about in the interview, I'll find a way to do that,
So there you go. That is the level of confidence and sort of nous, if you can show, that will make a big difference. So I also want to talk about tags, because tags are important, right? I mean, I cannot sit here and say, hey, if you've gone to one of the world's best undergrad universities and then you have worked in the kind of firms, opportunities that it opens up, it won't make a difference. Of course it will. Top business schools understand the brand cloud of the IITs, of the bids. They understand how difficult it is to get into these schools. They also respect, therefore, chartered accountants, anything where you've taken exam. I work with many people who've cracked the civil services, the IS exams, for instance, IS officers. Are they given brand cloud? Absolutely, hugely. I work with so many people now in India. It's become very common to do your undergrad from the Harvards of the world. They are also your competition, guys. So those sitting here amongst us who haven't graduated from these schools, I didn't want to intimidate you. So I have kept purposely this section towards the second half, towards the end of my session. I hope by now I have given you enough food for thought to show you that even if you do not have these tags, do I have a puncher's chance? Yes. Remember Rocky Balboa and all of that. But of course, if you have these tags, will it help you? I think the answer is logical, right? I mean, if you have worked your pants off when you were in school, cracked the JEE, gone to an IIT, you will then have done things that make you then more attractive to the top schools. And again, huge bunch of students who come to us every year with fabulous results. I keep some of these for interesting stories. One that comes to my mind right now, Snehal had an interest. She had a full scholarship from Stern where she went to do her MBA. And one of the things she got a scholarship for was something called makeup allowance, where NYU Stern, one of the world's business school, was giving us $64 every quarter to buy makeup. That is the level of richness, affluence these schools have. They pay for the tickets for your flight back once or twice a year. Everything can happen as long as you have the right kind of story to sell. And I also leave a little snippet here for people who are just beyond tags. I really feel they create their own tags. I'm fortunate, I am privileged to work with such students every year. I'll give you a few examples. If you want to know Ananya's Aukad, Kabiliyat, whatever you want to say, you have to just read the email he had written to Sandeep. After getting an admit to HBS and Stanford, he writes whether he should join neither of them. That just shows the pedigree of a person. You have to understand, a lot of students ask us not to talk about them so much, so we always follow their wishes. So every testimonial that you see on our website, and we have I think more than, I think it's in the thousands now that are floating around, these are students who have happily told us they're happy to champion us. So you have to understand the actual number who get into these schools are actually much higher, but we always, keep people's wishes. If they don't want to make it obvious, we don't. Indian B schools, I've kept this because I understand in today's day and age, it's difficult decision, to cough up with so much money and go out and all of that. I get it. So does it make a lot of sense to go to an ISB or to the IIMs, to the exec program, which is primarily what I focus on? My knowledge of the Indian schools are primarily restricted to ABC, maybe L as well nowadays. Few do K and U as well for their exec programs. PGPX, ISB is something that I've been doing for 14 years. And then, schools like SPJN, there's a school which some of you might have heard of called Masters Union in Delhi, which is doing quite well. I've worked with a bunch of students who got in there in the last few years. There's Great Lakes down here in South. There are a few, but my real, my general suggestion is always look at the top schools. I'll quantify these top schools in just a minute. Again, many students here. Again, I'll show one with more workx, so we'll just play this for 10 seconds.
I studied for GMAT on my own and attempted my GMAT on 20th of June and scored 660, which was much lower than what most B schools look for. But I said to myself I would still make application in a couple of B schools to see where I will end up. and I started my IIM Ahmedabad and Bangalore application. I was very impressed with the way Autrri took up the task. I mean, my initial impression after speaking to Autrri was he was someone honest. He sets the expectations upfront. He would tell us what challenges we would face in getting the essays done, right? But he would ensure the essays are done. And, every time I wrote something, he did a thorough review of.
He's really got into detail of every step in the process. I won't take you through that. I'll make you listen to Kunal's audio for a few seconds because he's an interesting student. He's a hotel management grad. There are some students who come from hospitality, hotel management. He never really, he didn't really have any official undergrad because right, when you work in an ITC or something like that, I believe the internship period itself acts as an undergrad. So he was very worried about whether he will get into ISB, this, that. And look, it all worked out. Everything is okay. So let's just see what he has to say.
Hi everyone, my name is Kunal and I'm from New Delhi. I took my correspondence course for GMAT preparation from Top 1% Bangalore, and they were amazing. They were out of the world, and that is how I got introduced to the consulting services offered by them, and headed by a gentleman by the name Mr. Autrri Chakravarti. I was privileged enough to make my B school application under the able guidance of Autrri sir, right from helping me improve my GMAT score, getting me to that level, to making applications, getting the best out of me, in terms of the work that I've done so far, and helping out with the essays, exactly telling me what needs to be written, what is exactly that people would want to hear from you. All those things to submitting the application, and then prepping me up for the interviews, telling me what kind of questions are asked and where all I should prepare from, and giving me sample answers, and then taking mock interviews on Skype. I think he did everything from the start till the end, till the time I got my B school admit, and I am selected into one of the most prestigious B schools in the world. And here it goes, a big thank you to him.
So there you go. Every odd can be overcome. I hope I have now convinced you that it's all about selling the story. And I'll end with this whole idea of it has to be a seamless connecting the dots. I keep talking about it. The school will give you disparate dots, disparate essays, a recommendation. All might seem like each has to be tackled in its own way, but the dots then need to connect to show off your values, your beliefs, and so on. So that is really, really important. I will take all of these questions that you're asking me later. Okay, otherwise I'll get digressed. And I want to finish our agenda. I want to finish the discourse. I don't have much to go. Maybe in the next, bear with me another 30 minutes or so, and then you will get a chance to ask me all the questions. All right. So I'll end this entire thing of being able to sell a story with the example of Dhananjay, who I worked with, I think a couple of years back now, a year and a half ago or something like that. And great result. In his own words, he will tell you how he thought INSEAD is the last school he'll get into, and he's done so well, very average. Look at the stats. Christ, good university, but definitely not among India's best university at all. Working in a company which I had never heard of, doing a job which is very box standard. Quality assurance is a fancy name for testing. Software testing is like the most non-VUCA world you can be in, right? If you understand software testing, you're basically following a set process. How do you take that? How do you turn it around? Less, I mean, for INSEAD, generally less than 4 years of work ex can be a bit of a challenge for INSEAD and LBS in particular, but all overcome, doing so well, etc. Let's hear what he had. Now he's a bit of a influencer himself, by the way. If you look him up, he's doing very well, but we'll just quickly play his video.
Hey everyone, my name is Dhananjay and I'm a recent admit to INSEAD for its Jan 2024 intake. I've done my GMAT coaching through Sandeep, and post which I registered for Autrri's consultancy services. Now working with Autrri has been a blast. He's helped me select my initial universities, as well as INSEAD being my dream school. I honestly thought I did not have a shot to get through. However, Autrri reassured me that I had a good shot, therefore I placed all of my trust in him, and we got to work on my essays and on my resume. With only just a week left before my R2 application deadline, I was really stressed out. However, he helped me out with the essays, and he helped bring out certain aspects of my essays to light, unique aspects which I would have never thought of bringing out. And this helped me position myself uniquely amongst my peers. Autrri's been there through it all, thick and thin. right? He's available almost instantaneously on WhatsApp, or you can even call him. And on top of that, he helps you clear any admission related queries, or even sometimes when you're just really stressed out waiting for your results, he helps you calm those nerves too. However, Autrri is also someone who's very straightforward and doesn't sugarcoat advice. He tells you what you can truly expect, and he also tells you what he expects from you, thus making communication very seamless, very straightforward, and there's nothing behind the scenes happening. All in all, I'd say working with Autrri is an amazing experience, immensely fun, immense learning curve as well, where you get to learn so much more about how to pitch yourself, how your essays can work, what kind of language you need to use. He's super helpful. And honestly, if you're aiming for one of the top B schools in the world, which I still can't believe I'm saying that, but if you're aiming to be admitted to one of the top B schools in the world, Autrri is definitely a go-to guy. And I'm still at a loss for words, because today morning was when I had my call for INSEAD. So I think Autrri is truly the best person in the industry to really help you get that oomph forward to getting into the university that you want to get into.
I just love it, when students have just found out things that they didn't expect have happened. It's just amazing to get such feedback. Again, I can show you many such videos. I'm not going to show you too many more, but just to show you irrespective of geography, right? Whether it's top US schools, your M7s with Harvard, Booth, Columbia, they take turns in deciding which one is #1 in the world. Whether it's European names like the INSEAD, like London Business School, like an Oxford, every year I work with students who get into these schools. If you're looking for slightly more kind of niche, Toronto used to be super popular before the government started fighting with each other, but I still see a lot of value going to Canada. And if you have a family, let's say you want to have settlement prospects, you're looking for an immigration friendly country, still as things stand, Canada, Australia offer a lot of value. Rotman is probably the best school. There's so many admits. APAC schools, right? If you're worried about the recession, you don't want to spend too much money, you don't want to take on too many loans, and you want to look beyond India, you want to look beyond ISB, NUS is called the Harvard of the East, National University of Singapore, fantastic school. Let's see what my student has to say.
Hello everyone, my name is Pratik Puri and I'll be joining the MBA class of 2023 at NUS Business School, Singapore. I worked with Autrri on this application. Since last 2 years, I've been applying to a couple of B schools in and outside of India on my own and with the help of other consultants, but I was unable to convert any of them, and I'd almost given up on my goals of an MBA before I met Autrri. I believe he's been of instrumental help in getting me this admit from NUS. Right from the school selection process, he was very candid and honest in sharing his feedback, regarding around the school's requirements and the suitability of my profile. While working on the application, he was always very prompt and made sure that there was no wastage of time. He would push me to make my application very school specific, research well around the kind of alums and the kind of roles the school, would offer at the end of an MBA. Even while preparing for the interview process, he made sure that my softer skills were brought out and enough to convince the B school that I was the right choice to join their cohort. I would wholeheartedly recommend Autrri as your mentor for B school applications.
Just showing you different geographies, doesn't matter where you're applying. A lot of students feel, oh, this selling is probably only United States and India. No, ISB, if you talk to ISB AdCom, like there are sessions we host with ISB now very frequently, and if you ask them this question, they will tell you that they look beyond the numbers, they look beyond your undergrad score and your GMAT. They're trying their best to make it as holistic as possible. So the essays are super important, the interviews are super important. So yeah, so I hope I have given you enough food for thought with these 7 ideas that I've shared. You must talk in verbs, prove it, and what you have done matters way more than random thoughts and dreams. I want to have a quick little chat about schools, because I keep talking about top schools and I have to quantify that universe. It's not to say this is some exhaustive list again. Nothing is messy over here. It all depends on what you want. I'm a great believer of fit. It's all about going to the right school for you, given your background and your future goals. What do you actually want to do? You have to sit and see what industry you work in. Do you want to work in that country? Do you want to work in that industry? Do you want to be an industry shifter? These are the kind of things that go into deciding schools. Why is it important? So let's talk about the US schools, for instance. Why is there so much demand for them? Why is the US MBA so much more expensive? So if you look at a top US MBA like Harvard, they have $250,000 or something, which is exactly double what an INSEAD or an LBS MBA costs. Generally, M7s, the US top 7 schools, which is Harvard, Wharton, Stanford, Columbia, Booth, Kellogg, and MIT. These are generally taken as, the 7 M7 schools. So your M7 and your LBS and INSEAD, somehow they put these as the best schools in the world. I'm not saying I agree or disagree or whatever. It's just some magazines and newspapers and all choose to do it. You can read about it. There's also something called the S7, which is the schools right below it, schools like Duke and Cornell and Berkeley and all, Yale, great schools. My point is, whatever, they are very expensive. LBS and INSEAD are the next most, but if you look at an ISB MBA, it's about 40-45 lakhs. NUS is 50-60 lakhs. Globally, 40 to 60 lakhs is like the average. So you have to ask yourself, why is a US school charging almost 3 times the average, right? They have to be giving some bang for the buck, right? Otherwise, people are not stupid who take up that program. And it is in the softer side, right? The return on investment, if you count just in pure starting salary point of view, a school like INSEAD can compete, right? Because their starting salary is also very high. They earn in euros on average in Europe or in the Middle East. They're earning in dirhams, doing so well, not paying any taxes. They have huge recruitment of Indians in these geographies. The point is not that. The point is, if you look at ROI the way you should look at it, which is in net present value terms. Again, people who in finance, Google it, NPV, it's basically you look at the next 20, 30 years of your career and then you discount it back, you see that the top US schools are able to offer something fundamentally different. Yes. And the reason is they're learning. So when they give you 2 years, so the big difference is the top US schools tend to be 2-year affairs. Rest of the world tend to be, sort of 12 to 16 month ones. And the benefit of doing a slightly longer one is, let's say, generally people do an MBA for 3 things. One is they're looking for a geography shift, maybe. They want to work in a different geography. Or they're looking for an industry shift. They want to work in a fundamentally, I work in IT, tech, let's say I want to work in finance. Totally something different. And then they're looking for, let's say, a functional shift. I work in the tech team of an investment bank. I want to move to the finance team of an investment bank. That's more like a functional shift. Now, this is possible from even a tier 2 MBA might be able to get you. But it's those first 2 things which really is difficult unless you go to the really top-notch schools. So I'm talking brass tacks, macro, generically right now. But if you want to more than 2 of these 3 things that I've highlighted, you might want to go to only the top schools. You might want to look at 2-year programs and so on, right? That's the general way I look at it. Beyond it, my advice always has been I'm geography agnostic. I don't believe geography A is better than geography B. There is nothing like that. It's like saying, shall we take a holiday to the United States or go to Europe for a holiday? You cannot. Both have their own sort of pros and cons, right? Beyond it, I see a lot of value in looking at niche small schools. So you'll see I have this school called SMU on my list, a Singapore Management University. I haven't changed these slides in more than 10, 12 years, by the way. So back then, no one had even heard of SMU. They started exactly the same year as ISB. Both have done very well. SMU in its own right. For people who want to, let's say, work in finance, which is the industry that I worked in, I can't think of better schools in the world than SMU. Quite easy to get in. They're located in downtown Singapore, just off Orchard, literally opposite where DBS Bank is headquartered, where half the business school class is taken into. A lot of their, if you want to do business analytics and all, great kind of thing. So I see a lot of value. One school that is doing so well is not even on my slide. You can look up. I know my students have done so. It's a school called Asian School of Business in Kuala Lumpur. ASB, maybe most of you haven't heard. It's a school that run in partnership with MIT Sloan. It's a great school, great, very niche, small classroom, and so on. Yeah, so one relevant question I'm getting, I'll answer this. But ISB, IIMs have placement drives, but Ivy Leagues don't. Could you touch upon this? Also, with this whole AI craze, how effective will it be to do MBA? Ali has asked me some, I think, relevant questions, which I think a lot of people have. Let me ask you. Okay, ISB, IIMs, Indian schools tend to have a horrible, I shouldn't use any adjective. They have this process where on one day they'll call like 100 companies on campus. They put them in different rooms, either on campus or in a hotel. And you're literally going from one room to the other interviewing, where sometimes these companies will make you sign a dotted line saying you have to sign for McKinsey now. If you don't sign, if you go to the next room where BCG is sitting, then this job offer is gone. I don't know about you, but a lot of my students also find this entire process pretty intimidating and not maybe the most optimal way of getting good things for your life, career, salary, and mental health. The global schools just tend to do it in a different way. It's not like they don't have placement support. This is a wrong thing to think. If they did not have placement support, no one would go to those universities. No, the way they do it is they have placement drives where top-notch companies will come, their HR will come, you hobnob with them, they have events, cocktail do's, drinks, canapes, sit, chat, blah, 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 collect their business cards. And then either you directly write to them or those companies will open windows where they will say, Harvard grads can apply to us in this week. And you do your application. And the only difference is your interview will happen in their buildings on campus. That's it, which is much easier because you can then do different days, different interviews. It becomes slightly more seamless. Okay, that's the only difference. Where a lot of people get confused is IIMs also offer the PGPX program, which is the executive PGP. And that is nothing but a full-time 1-year program. The executive program in general for all the global schools tend to be part part-time affairs. Now, those are pretty useless for students internationally. So if you're an Indian student, there is no point of you doing an exec MBA in, let's say, Chicago Booth or something like that, right? Because there is no placement support for that. It is meant for people who are already working in the US on H-1Bs or on long-term job visas and who just want to do it for a CV sprucing. So what these programs are, exec MBAs internationally, is you attend them once a week or twice a month or something in the evenings, and you keep flying in and out. So logistically, it doesn't make sense for us here in India because you have to travel like 20 times to US. Getting even an F1 visa nowadays is very difficult on part-time. These are part-time in nature, so they are useless. So when people say exec MBAs, what they generally mean is I am X years experience, 8-10 plus years experience. I'm looking to do maybe a 1-year full-time program. That's what you're after. That ISB and the IIMs offer through their exec programs. And the global renowned ones are INSEAD, LBS, all the ones outside the US actually. They all offer 1-year programs. In the US, the only really top-notch 1-year program is offered by Kellogg. That's the only thing. Other than that, I know you'll have lots of questions on schools. I'm purposely staying away from it. That becomes a very one-on-one kind of thing. What I will say, the reason, one of the things why I don't go on too much about schools is because I also believe that schools are very personal. It's better spoken on a personal basis. Because I believe in fit. I believe in going to niche schools and niche programs. So I can give you several examples of my students. Aditya being a classic example, who went to Singapore Management University. Aditya, in his own words, couldn't ace the GMAT. If you reach out to him, he will admit to it. He's become a very important guy now. Singaporean citizen, managing, I think, Visa or something. He's a big team, big guy now, CEO. He's got a Harvard MBA, by the way, after. He went to SMU. Look at his own words. He's worked in some of the biggest companies. He then went to Harvard for his MBA. And now he's some CXO, literally, at a pretty young age. He's a very talented guy, still, I think, in his early 30s. Done so well, but had problems with GMAT. So chose a university very strategically, SMU, which was pretty unknown at that point. Did a business analytics program, which was even more unknown at that point. And look, he hit a soft spot and has done so well in his life. I can give you so many examples of such students. They say that apparently from ISB, you can't get international offers for jobs. Of course you can. Anish is a great example. He went to Google in Vietnam. Again, can you see it all comes down to you? Has done so well. I think he's heading up some huge thing in Google now. Working in FMCG, in what is called CPG in the US, North America, is very difficult. So working companies like Nike, if you actually do your homework, even if you look at pre-MBA, generally people who work in FMCG companies like Unilever, Britannia, Procter & Gamble and all are only your IIT, IIM types who are graduated from absolutely the top-notch ones. And even if you talk to your IIM grads, you will see ABC mein sirf top 1% ko milta hai wo jobs. Very difficult to get in, but is possible from a niche school like Nanyang, which is not on everyone's radar in Singapore, to then work at Nike. Wow, done so well. And one of my proudest achievements is this girl Pratishtha, who went to a totally non-target school. When I say non-target, I mean like Kelly School of Business is not a target school of a McKinsey Bain kind of firms, right? But she still did so well. Got a full scholarship. That's why I went to Kelly. Parents didn't want to cough fees, so she got a $200,000 scholarship from Kelly. Went there and then she got a job in the United Nations. I can tell you, even the top 1% of the class at Harvard, it's their dream to work at a place like United Nations. So it's so good. It all depends on you. I always talk about it's worth it. So I want to talk about, is it worth it? Absolutely. Elite schools are always worth it because they lead to elite careers. I try my best to keep it as generic, but I want to give you a sense of it. Like I mentioned, I don't change my slides, so some of this might be a little dated. I have kept those big tech companies right up top because they used to be the biggest sponsors of the work permit until about last year or two. In the last couple of years, you're probably reading the news about how they are cutting down jobs. Let me tell you, they're still hiring droves of students, especially at the top end. So even if the worst thing happens and Donald Trump comes to power and all of that we keep hearing about, I can tell you all the anti-immigration rhetoric you hear is for the bottom end. It's for the bottom feeders. And that should be great news for the elitist. So if you go to the elite schools, chances are they're going to do some kind of wage cap, some salary cap or something they will do. And guess who will be probably the only students who will be above that salaries cap? It'll be students who graduated from the top universities and the top business schools in particular. So the work that we do here in top 1%, we kind of feel our students are recession proof. I feel confident that if you choose the right kind of school, you have the right kind of score, and most importantly, you have the right kind of attitude. It all boils down to that. Our students are fine. They're able to get jobs. Always remember, if you're fundamentally incompetent, no matter what happens, you will get caught out. So you need to work on yourself. You need to upskill, read, do courses, do all those things, network, and only then magic happens. But magic happens. Consulting companies have replaced the tech firms as the largest recruiter. So not only your MBBB, MBBB, that the mecca of things, but also the slightly more niche firms like Kearney, LEK, even this firm Schlumberger, which some of you would have heard of, energy consulting, highest highest salary they pay on campus at most of these schools. Also, to do research to make yourself more relevant, look within the digital practice. Piali asked, okay, what about AI, which is such a big deal? Yes, it is, but it can be equally big deal in the world of management. So no, I do not think that AI means management degrees are obsolete. I think it's going to be ulta. I tell my daughter's generation, my daughter is in grade 6, and she has learned how to use ChatGPT really well. So her homework has become a bit of a joke. But what she has also realized is, can you see, it will get even harder to differentiate yourself. Because as we give people more and more access to things, the level of competition is only going higher. So again, guess who are the ones who will survive? It will always be the survival of the fittest, and the fittest will always tend to be in these elite universities for some magical reason. I hope, having attended mine, you could see my session, that how that virtuous cycle is constantly flowing, and there are very, very powerful people at pulling the strings who will ensure that that thing keeps flowing. So I don't think anything's changing very soon. So yeah, so the strategy practices of all of these firms, right? So whether it's a Strategy and whether it's a Parthenon of EY, I have to put up investment banks because they are recruiting again in good, decent numbers, but it's always the sell side where those working in finance will know. I get a lot of people who come to me and say, Autrri, I want to work for a hedge fund or private equity firm. I tell them that means you don't know what you're talking about, because generally those firms do not really recruit, even at the Harvards of the world. You need to have the right kind of network and stature, which you build by working in the sell side at a large bulge bracket investment bank for many years, and then you're able to make that move to the buy side. Why I have kept those last two lines to show you those are the kind of firms that each of you should be researching, because this is the place where the top 1% creme a la creme at the top schools want to go and work at. So I've given an example of World Bank. Maybe you heard of firms like Reputation.com. They work with the prime ministers of countries in managing their reputation. Someone mentioned design thinking to me on the chat box. So IDEO, there you go. Domain of where the idea comes from. And Dahlberg, Bridgespan, impact consulting. Many of you were talking about social impact on comment. Yes, impact consulting is huge. It's a super niche firm. But Dahlberg might recruit, maybe 3 students from all of these M7s put together. It's that difficult to get in. What does your career look like? Your career looks something like this. Either you will move into some kind of a product role. Tech is a very big domain. So you'll move into some kind of product management where you build the product, oversee its life cycle. If you have something to do with tech engineering background, generally those are the companies which recruit you and then be bothered to sponsor your visa. If you're dynamic with sales, with people, you might move towards slightly more marketing. If you have analytics background, you might do a product marketing role, right? So I've kind of clubbed that into one. Consulting is that, again, that big thing. You'll be working with firms, you'll be going up higher up what's called the value chain, working on even bigger consulting projects, managing bigger clients, doing more VUCA, more undefined things. A lot of people feel that, so I'm sure in today's session also there'll be students who are already working at the MBBs. I get a lot of people I work with who are working at MBBs before they go to top school. Maybe you've seen examples of such students. And I often ask them, what will change in your profile? And they really have to introspect a lot. Many people don't realize this. It's not like so what changes? It's not like the size of the engagement that defines you. You don't go to Harvard to manage more people. So it's not like, okay, today I work at McKinsey, I manage 2 people on a project worth $20 million to the company. Post Harvard, I'll be managing 20 people and managing $2 billion. No, that's not the reason why you go to Harvard. You might go to a tier 2 school for that. The reason you go to Harvard is to change the nature of your work. So pre-MBA, sitting in a McKinsey, you might be servicing that $20 million client, managing the 2-person team. Post-Harvard, you'll be going out there, winning that $2 billion contract for a McKinsey. That's the difference. Again, I know a lot of you will be doing the same work in a different geography, smaller capacity, but it's not exactly, the scale is not the thing that you really should focus on. It's more about the nature of work, and within it, what you do. That's the way you show them that you can deal with VUCA. It's very important. A lot of people feel they can bombard a top business school by telling them, look at the fancy big $1 billion work I'm doing. It actually goes against them. They have very bad outcomes as a result. A lot of the people who have said I was not selected by a lot of schools, that's exactly the mistake they have done. Anyway, and then, if you work in finance, you generally move to some sort of corporate advisory role. Again, advising big customers, big institutional clients, big companies on M&A, mergers and acquisitions, and so on. So I'm trying my best to keep it as general, as kind of macro, and try to help you get a sense of what is it that you will get. Some last pointers. I have to introduce you to the work that I do. So here it goes. So these are basically the admissions criteria, right? This is one slide. These are the kind of boxes that you will need to tick no matter which school you have to go to. All schools will ask you for these ingredients. I have very consciously bold highlighted GMAT essays and interviews because I really feel those are the three things really in your hands. For most of us who've graduated college grades are done. If you're still in college, please ensure you try to get as high grades as possible. If that's a little bit on the sort of lower front, and the GMAT can help you mitigate it. Resume is obviously what you do doesn't change, but how you present the resume is super important. Recommendations super important, right? You want people to validate all those fancy things you're writing. People ask me about the English language test. Mostly it's not required. TOEFL or IELTS is not required for most schools. About 99 of the top 100 schools don't even need it. The reason is your undergrad is taught in English. So as long as you can provide some certificate, it's generally written in your mark sheets that the degree was taught in English. That is good enough. You will get a test waiver for all the top schools. It's only those schools in the West Coast, Stanford and the UCs, Berkeley, UCLA, and so on, which kind of make it mandatory for the TOEFL. But yeah, if you have the time, write it. But for many of you, if you're planning to apply this year, you haven't written the GMAT, I would say TOEFL should be the last thing you should worry about. Focus on high GMAT. Work on your applications, because there are so many things you need to do. Those application forms are super important, every detail on it. I have only shown you a snippet today of the essays that you will all need to write. We're doing a bunch of schools, we're looking at different geographies. You will have read very different type of essays. And this is me not trying to intimidate you, just trying to tell you how it is. Each school on average can have 3 to 5 essays. They are reducing it. They want to encourage more applicants. So they do that by reducing, making the application easier. But in many ways, can you see it's counterintuitive, because the easier they make, the more people apply, the harder it becomes. So anyway, but it's great for them. It's great business for them because they earn more through the people applying. You have to pay, like Harvard charges $300 for their application. So one revenue source is that, but also beyond that, the more number of applicants, I hope you can see that acceptance rate goes down. And the acceptance rate is one of the, again, a key criteria of their league tables, the placements, their rankings. So the lower the acceptance rate, the higher the pedigree of the school. So it works. So that's why they send out all these adcoms and so on to talk to you. And adcoms will always encourage you to apply. Always remember that. But you have to cut through all of that and still sort of, read between the lines. So yeah, so B school essays, there are plenty. I think do a semester long course on university essays. There are so many themes. I'm just putting up a slide to show you the kind of essays. I've introduced you to a few of the common ones like goals and leadership and so on, achievements, but you will also have to go into things like ethical dilemmas and challenges and so on. Whether you choose to apply this year, next year, 3 years, I know there are people still in early years of their college and so on. These are questions you should start mulling over. Why do you want to study? Why do you want to do a program? Why do you want to do an MBA? What are your goals? I can tell you, if you fail to answer these questions with conviction, the key word is conviction. That I take you back to my students' essay about the real estate stock exchange and Wharton. I hope that conviction was very clear. It's very important that conviction comes out, because no GMAT score can save you if your goals are not in place. Really, really important. What else do I want to tell you? This slide is also a couple of years old, but there are some post-COVID trends that have happened, right? The number of applicants, especially from international, especially from India, has really shot up. I don't know if this year if the numbers will be down given all the negative news and recession and all, and India being the largest, fastest growing. I think yesterday also our GDP numbers came out. Every day in the newspaper I see, and it's amazing. But if you really look beyond it, you will see there are still challenges, there are still issues with employment in this country. So I think the number of applicants, post-COVID was huge increase. Historically, about 30,000 Indians write the GMAT every year. That number really hasn't changed. It dipped during COVID, obviously, because of the lockdowns. It's back again to a similar number. That's kind of what GMAT tells us. You can find it on their website as well. So out of the 30,000, historically, only about 3,000 used to look at international schools. Now that number is close to 20,000. Like, it's that much the increase. And guess what? Everyone wants to go to those elite schools. New kind of essays. This is important. There is a humongous emphasis being given to diversity and inclusion. If you're like me, you'll be a little bit skeptical, because I find this whole thing, either you've done something or you haven't. But if you haven't, it becomes one of those things you have to kind of, bandy it and sell that you have. It's one of those things I don't like, but just have to tick some boxes. And video essays becoming very popular. Great way. Compression technologies are cheap, so schools can do it now. It's easy to store. It's a great way to meet the student before meeting them. So if I'm an adcom, I could be reading some essays and reading your file while I'm watching your video on my screen, and I can quickly in that 2 minutes decide whether I want to call you for an interview or not. This is also the place where they can catch whether you've written your own essays and so on. I'll get you this one slide to quickly read through this one essay to give you a sense of what I mean by diversity and inclusion essays. This is from Columbia Business School. Again, look at this. Give us an example where you've created inclusive environment, address systemic inequity. It's one of those things, you know, like you ask yourself, most of us probably wouldn't have done these things, but just have to come up with something. You know, if that means you take up an initiative, I'm telling a lot of students to do so. This is of a student who wrote this story. Don't want to make a big deal out of it, but it is one of those things that you will have to do, I can tell you. So I'll just keep it for another 10 more seconds. I'm just looking to wrap up. I hope it's okay. I've overshot my time by a wee bit, but we're going to finish very soon. Once I finish, I will give you details of how you can get in touch with us and so on. And I'll also stay back to take any questions that you might have. But I'll do as many questions as I can. And then, of course, you can always reach out to us later. We're always there for that. All right. Okay. So I'll quickly move on. I hope it's clear what I mean by diversity. Look at this, where, you know, micro actions again, always about actions. I learned their common social norms, started greeting them in the local dialect during the meetings and joined them for lunch. Now, this is something that really impresses a business school because it knows that you're not bullshitting. This is something that the student, now the thing is, this student might have done this only one day, 1 minute on one occasion. But that doesn't matter. The fact that you might have done it, that is what, and you know how to sell it. That's what gets you in. Students are so worried about schools, and it's not a science. It's not an exact science. All right, you have to see what are you looking for. I have put those question marks next to specializations and rankings very conscientiously. Rankings, take it with a pinch of salt. They are very geography dependent. There's a lot of quid pro quo happening, which means, you know, certain schools pay certain rankings, so they get higher billing there. You got to be careful. Like the US schools, for instance, they are notoriously stingy. They don't want to waste money on rankings. So if you Google business school, especially MBA rankings in South Asia and India, it's always the FT and the QS rankings which come first. This makes a lot of people believe they are the best ranking. There's nothing called best ranking. They just pay the most to Google to come high on the short list, on the search list. And they tend to prefer those European schools, which get a lot more heavy. So you have an obscure school in Madrid, which is a great school, IE Madrid, but it cannot be 20 leagues higher than UC Berkeley or an MIT Sloan, which is how they have it. So I find all of that perverse. If you want to know the true, really good ranking for US schools, it's US News. US News is like the Hindu newspaper. It's very kind of unbiased. I like US News. For global schools, you can look at the FT, the QS, Bloomberg, New Economist, all good. So be careful. And specializations, people are so worried about specializations. Specialization is something that you decide only about 60% after finishing your degree. So a lot of people ask me, Autrri, how can I do an MBA finance at Harvard? There's nothing called MBA finance at the top schools. You do a general MBA at every top 100 school. And then about 60% of the course after you finish, you decide what do you want to specialize in. If you choose to specialize in finance, for instance, you will do a few more modules in that subject, and you'll tend to do a research, their internship with that and so on. That might help you get a job in that domain. The fastest growing, the hottest ones are AI and so on right now in business school. I think you know this already. How I help students select schools, I look at both. I look at it from the school side and I look at it from the student side. So what are you looking for culturally, right? There are students, for instance, who are going to business school more for the learning. If I'm, let's say, an entrepreneur, I come from a family business, let's say, you know, maybe I'm not investing my last dollar to go to a particular school. Then for you, maybe, you know, going to a niche, smaller US school where maybe the entire pedagogy is taught without any exam. Like I'll give you an example, Virginia Darden, right? Darden is a niche classroom. It's not on everyone's list. It's one of the world's best schools for general management, for consulting, for entrepreneurship, for a bunch of things. But what I love about them is that pretty much entire thing is no exams. They give as much as 30% of their overall 100% in the final degree to their internship that students have to do. Imagine you fail to get that internship. You basically fail your degree. So the point I'm trying to make is the culture of the school matters depending on what you want to do post. So for this student, learning, doing more team exercises, doing more presentations, traveling to 10 parts of the world, understanding how business works in different parts of the world is probably more important than a 35, 40-year-old person who's entrenched in a particular industry, has kids, but doesn't want to spend so much money, might not necessarily need all of that fluff, could just go to an INSEAD, LBS, or even a Kellogg 1 year, do 11-month program, graduate, and just get that vertical impetus growth within their own industry. So you have to do it on a horses for courses kind of thing, right? But of course, look at from the school side. Check whether your GMAT score makes you competitive. Look at whether you tick the kind of background. Like, for instance, if I'm a male engineer, and I want to go to a Holy Trinity school, if I do my homework, I'll see that Harvard actually has less than 3 or 5% students of actual engineering undergrad as their degree discipline. They just don't like engineers so much, whereas Stanford or Wharton loves them so much more. So you might be better off just spending that time and effort on that. These are the kind of things that this is how you can go about selecting schools. Other than that, obviously attend their events, visit their school. Like an ISB, an Indian school, for instance. I have people, I mean, I live in Bangalore. I have people who live in Bangalore who want to apply to IIM Bangalore and they have never visited IIM Bangalore. That just shocks me. Like if I want to go to a business school and I'm going to spend all this time, money, effort on it, the least you should do is go and visit them. These schools have open days. So whether it's an ISB or whatever, if you plan to apply in India, you should apply to a few schools. You get inspired, you get so much knowledge, so much understanding. You talk to some of the students who currently study there. You understand their challenges. It'll help you. My entire session, I have used the word MBA a lot, and a lot of my students who might be sitting here might be looking at other type of ancillary programs, right? Programs like, let's say, MIM. I'm sure if I do a poll, I'll get many students who are interested in masters in management or masters in finance. I've kept those deferred MBAs here as well, right? So everything that I've told you in this session holds for all such programs. So even if you're a lawyer looking to do a JD, a dual degree with an LLM or something like that, all of this, the way that you're selected, the ethos of the AdCom is exactly the same that I have told you. Exec MBA, please take that with a pinch of salt. It should be a full-time program that you're after. Doesn't matter how many years of experience you have. Even if you go for those leadership programs, someone with 15, 20 years plus experience can look at some of these leadership programs. For those, if you've heard of these programs called Sloan Fellows, there are only a few of them. MIT started it, then LBS, my alma mater, does one, and then Stanford has the MSX. These are programs meant for people with 12 plus years of experience, leadership experience. Some very, very famous people. The next president of France, Christine Lagarde, might be a graduate of one of those programs. But whatever. The point I'm trying to say is these are great programs, but they are full-time, so they're still good. Never opt for part-time programs if you're an international passport. It will be a nightmare for you to stay back in today's climate, especially, but always in general. All of notes about recommendations. I'm not trying to answer every question, to give you an intro. I know you guys will have specific questions. Yeah, try to get different recos, right? Don't just get current boss, previous boss. Recommendations have to be taken from people who, if you apply to business school, from work. If you have more than 1 year of work ex, recommendations usually 2. That's what all schools ask for. The average is 2. Although more and more schools are making the applications easier by asking just 1 reco. It should be from someone who has managed you in the workplace. If you're a fresh graduate still in college, it can be from a professor, HOD, that kind of character. But generally, work X has to be validated. Can be bosses. It can be clients. Try to get people, if they're alumni of a school, to write you, even if they haven't managed you. You can get an alumni to drop what's called a support letter endorsing your candidature. And that will make a huge difference. Like if your uncle has graduated from Harvard, he has the stature to say, hey, Autrri has the pedigree as well. And while Harvard is one of the only schools which actively says, please do not send us endorsement letters, guess the school which gets the maximum amount of endorsements, right? From the absolute biggest in business and politics and so on. So there you go. It is a little bit like your network is your net worth. If you can show that off, it will really help you. Interviews, I think I've covered a lot on this. So I will just say a few things. I don't think half the battle is won. I've told you 3 out of 100, so 95% of the battle is won with strong essays. It's just a validation process. You have to be ready to sell. You have to have the ability to say, look, I don't know this, but this is how I think. And there will be curveballs. They are not looking for grand ideas. A lot of people say, oh, I will say I want social impact, garibi hatana hai, global, and they are totally balk at that. If you have the credentials, if you have done relevant things to that end, awesome. Please talk about it. Generally, people who have, they hardly talk about such things. But anyway, this is what I do and I have been doing for the past 14 years. I help students navigate this entire process. Hopefully that ticks. It's meant to be a comprehensive end-to-end service, so right from helping you how to shortlist schools, all the way to the essays, the resume, the recommendations, those details in the form, which I don't really speak about much, but they are important. A general application form, if those who have applied before will know, can be upwards of 15, 16 pages. Will include all your activities again, your work X details, any awards you won, and then the AdCom says don't repeat any information. So it becomes so difficult to put so much stuff. And obviously I do mock interviews as well. But if you ask me, hopefully what has been the biggest value addition that I have been able to bring to my students over the last decade and a half, I hope it's the first one. I hopefully can help you understand you and help you figure out what is the best part of you to bring out. The help is obviously on what to write and how to write it. Students are very worried about the language. You can see one of the students already asked me about language. That is a big misnomer, I can tell you. Business schools are not looking for novelists. They do not care whether you don't believe me, just Google business school essays and read the essays written by our Chinese counterparts who happily get into the M7s. You will see that they have basic grammar, spelling mistakes, and so on. They don't care. It's just that, they see whether you have the right kind of diversity of thought, whether you can sell it. And so, yeah, my help is that. But yeah, obviously I help students with that. But it's more about the idea that I hopefully, and I can tell people to scrap things altogether. General strategies. My students do around 5 schools is the good. That's where my engagement model is also structured. You can reach out to me if you want to find out more about that. I recommend dream, reach, safe. Is what I recommend. So you must do some outlier schools, which all things equal, probably you're not meant to get in, but no harm in trying because amazing things happen every year. But at the other end of the spectrum, you should apply to safe schools where you should get in and you should get scholarship. And I always encourage that because the scholarship process primarily is negotiation driven. So let's say, I don't know, something like, what example do I give you? Let's say a Darden gives you a scholarship and let's say a full free ride, and Kellogg is also a very heavy consulting heavy school, and you go back to them and you say, hey, look, Darden's giving me 200K and you're not giving me anything, and I'll probably join them because I'll get some half decent job there. Chances are Kellogg might waive off half your fees. That's generally how it works. Now comes to some planning and some action plan kind of thing, right? Because I can see a lot of people on chat are asking me such questions as well. Now, if you have yes, absolutely. Someone's written, we have Gemini if you want a grammar. Absolutely. Can't agree more, Piali. Great for that. Gemini, there are so many of these tools. I get introduced to every week. But anyway, so if those students are planning to apply for 2025, like you want to start your studies next year, that means you should try to apply in September, round 1. Always it's a first come, first serve thing. So if you can apply in round 1, there is an advantage. There is a round 2 in December and early January. There is a round 3 also in March, April, but round 3, all the top schools get full. Our demographic is too populated. There are too many Indians applying. So my suggestion, if you're in this session and you have any plans for 2025, please try to apply September round 1. If you can't, obviously, then look at round 2, but you can make it to September, which means you try to write your GMAT in the next couple of months. By July, some point, you should take your GMAT. If not, or the GRE, whichever one. All top business schools, by the way, except GMAT or GRE. If you want to have that debate about which, there is nothing better. It's about scoring higher. They look at percentiles. It tends to be a little harder to score on the GRE in the 99 percentile. If you do your homework, you'll see you're able to make less mistakes to get that 333 plus, which is equivalent today to that 715 plus. A lot of our students are getting 715. A lot of our students are getting 333 plus also, but that number. So, but you can take either. The aim should be first attempt in July. So if a retake is required in August, start working on your applications parallelly at some point. Now, this some point is a gray area. It depends on you. For those who have just started their prep, please focus on the GMAT for now. GMAT is easier said than done. It's not all smooth sailing. It's not all like, oh, I'll take the test in July and then ho jata. It doesn't. Sometimes it takes a lot of more time. People have spent months, years on it struggling. So if you've just started, focus on your GMAT. For those who are done with the course, writing mocks, doing well, you might want to start thinking about your applications from now, month-end types. For those who are lucky enough to have a GMAT score in hand, what are you waiting for? Start working on your applications. Can you say I'm only talking to people who are thinking about applying this year? For those who have even an iota of doubt whether I should apply this year or next year, don't even reach out to me. Don't ask me this question. My only answer to you will be first write the GMAT, because who knows when you will have the score in hand. We will cross that bridge when we have to. If you're able to get the score this year, we'll think about whether you should apply this year or next. Otherwise, it'll anyway get answered. For others who are in college, who are applying 2 years, young graduates, I want to do an MBA 3 years later, finish your GMAT. That will always be my advice. That is like a basic tick point. But for those who are applying this year, who haven't taken the test and really need to apply this year, have some compulsions, personal or professional, then you might want to start thinking about your applications. For that reason, you might want to reach out to me or Ranjika or the team, talk to us, all of that. So I hope I've given you a general sense of the action plan. Yes, you can of course ask me towards the end again. Yeah, because it takes time to prepare applications and it takes time to do the kind of things that I encourage my students. Attend the info sessions. You know, LinkedIn is such an underutilized tool. If I do a poll of how many of you have LinkedIn profiles, I'm sure everyone will have their hands raised. But if I then do a poll and ask how many of you have that premium category, that advanced, which gives you advanced search, premium category, for which you have to pay something like $30-40 a month. Hardly anyone does it in India, I see. And that is such an underutilized tool. Do it, because you'll be able to connect more, get more recommendations, connect with the school. Such an underutilized tool, all right? So do all of that, right? Follow the school. How do I show diversity? Yes, I hope I have given you a lot of examples. Yes, market yourself, sell it, show the achievement. Don't be scared to show off. Some common themes: challenge the status quo. Again, I'm on and on about it. Show the risk taking. Prove your uniqueness through your beliefs, through the rebellious attitude, right? I love this whole idea of you versus the whole world, right? It goes back to that whole Rocky Balboa, S curve. Put yourself down, and then the height, that achievement looks higher. I'll answer the common questions so that you don't ask me these questions today or ever again. In this slide, everything, the answer is yes. I hope you will agree. Is there hope? Yes. Can I make it whatever? Yes, as long as you do the right things. Look at this question I put myself. Should I choose A, B, C country in times of such an economic crisis? I don't know which crisis I was talking about when I wrote this. Nothing has changed, right? The times will get tougher and tougher. I keep telling my 11-year-old, I try to battle harden her by telling her, beta, it's going to get harder and harder for your generation. I truly believe that. The more comfort we get, the more troubled we are as human souls. That's the way I see. Right? If you look back to our grandparents' generation, they had access to pretty. I'm sorry, I sound a little bit like Scrooge when I talk about such things, but do we feel this a little bit or not when I say this? I've been talking too long. I'll just get a quick. People are raising hands. I'll give you a chance to ask me questions. But do we feel a little bit more affluent we are becoming? The more options we have, the more. Do we feel we're getting more miserable or not as a general species of people?
Yes.
Yeah, I hope you will agree with me. Sorry if that makes me come across a bit Scrooge-ish, but I hope that doesn't happen. I hope we get enough jobs. I hope AI multiplies all our jobs, and everyone is happy. That's what I believe in. But anyway, yeah. So I hope you won't ask me such questions. Some more common questions: how can I secure scholarships? I hope I've given you hints. Sell yourself. Yes, there is an advantage. Try round 1. 1 year versus 2 year programs. Remember, geography, industry, and functional shift. If you want more than 2 of these, better to do a 2 year program. Also depends on your age, how entrenched you are in your industry. Do you want to move out of that industry, and so on. How can I fund my studies? There are plenty of loans available, if not scholarships. Look up Prodigy Finance. They give no co-signer, no collateral loans to students at the top schools. Prodigy Finance. Look at this Indian company doing quite well. We make scholars. Look at these firms. They can give you once you Google them, you'll get 10 of their competitors. You can look them up. Now, some questions that people often ask me: CA articleship for the CAs amongst us? Yes, as long as you've done the articleship after your undergraduation, all global schools will count it as full-time WorkX. If you did your articleship, like if you're a St. Xavier's College Kolkata graduate who studies in the morning and does work into articleship in the evening, you are not doing full-time work. It will not be counted. So only for articleship done after undergraduation, it is counted as full-time WorkX. ISB Indian schools do not count articleship as full-time WorkX. All right. Will I need certificates to prove extracurriculars? No. No school asks for any extracurriculars. What are transcripts? Nothing but a fancy name for all your mark sheets and degree certificate in one consolidated PDF. Either your college gives it to you like that as a 2-pager, or your college gives you 8 different sheets for 8 semesters, and you can upload that. Either works. WorkX is counted till the time you join the program, not when you apply. It will be perverse otherwise, right? In the same application cycle, they have 10. So when you go to a school website and they say average WorkX 3 years or 4 years or 5 years, whatever, generally it's about 4. It's at the time of matriculation, at the time of joining. So the class starting in 2025, usually majority of the class will be folks who finished their undergrad in 2021, just to give you an essence. Can I apply for a second MBA? Absolutely. I work with a large number of students who have done their first MBAs here in India from the IIMs, from smaller schools. Yes. Samriddhi asked, did all of your students who made it top business apply in round 1? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I have so many students who applied round 2. I have so many students who get in round 3. So there are all sorts. But is there an advantage in applying round 1? Absolutely. That is not going to go away. Here is our contact details. Now, we are very nice people, so we give it out very openly, but we therefore expect that you will respect this and you will respect the access that we give you. What that means is, please don't reach out to us with any trivial query as soon as we give you the data points here, right? Relax, we are there to help you. Now, I know if you're a student of top 1%, you have been promised a free profile evaluation session. Worry with this words free and all is in India, we have this paisa vasool kind of mindset. You know, people straight away say, Kab milega paisa vasool. I hate that. You can reach out to us at any point. I always encourage students to reach out to me once they have taken the GMAT or GRE. I'm going to tell you that if you're looking for a future application round or season, don't even reach out to me, us right now. However, if you are interested to apply in round 1 and you have you want to get started on your applications, you're burning questions around that and so on, that's when I think that's the kind of person that I think should reach out to us straight away. Piali, thank you so much. Loving your comments. All right. So at this point, I have to also give you something that the team has prepared, which is a little Google form, I believe. I'm sorry, I'm technologically challenged. I'm terrible at this, but I'm going to try to find it. Ranjika, are you still on call? Let's see if I can find. Yes, I have found it. So I can do it myself. So guys, you will hold on a second, please. I think this is it. I hope it's the right one. Yes. Okay. So I have shared a form with you, and one of you who really has to apply now and needs to talk, that kind of person, fill it up and just confirm that it all works and everything is fine. Yes. Please do that. Otherwise, the rest of you, please fill it up. If there is any technical glitch or whatever, don't worry. Write to us. We are very reachable. We'll figure it out. We will all talk to you. As you can imagine, a session like this will finish and we're going to be inundated with calls and inquiries in the next day or two. So the smart ones, just hold back. Be patient, focus on your GMAT if you haven't taken it. All of you will get your chance to chat with us. All right. I hope I've pacified you. At this point, I'll open up the floor for some questions. I can sit here and do it till tomorrow morning. I'll maybe do the first 15-20 questions. And then don't worry if your question hasn't been answered, just drop us an email or fill in that form. Did all of you get that link that I have shared?
Yeah, we got
someone.
Yes.
So if you have that thing, reach out to us now. Otherwise, just keep it with you. Finish your course, take your GMAT, reach out to us at that point. Like I mentioned, generally, I will only talk to those who are applying in the next couple of months. Ranjika will happily answer your queries. But as I'm saying, utilize your profile evaluation best when you're ready to apply. So if you're still in two minds, if you haven't written the GMAT, if the worry is, oh, should I hasten up my GMAT? Don't worry. Focus every iota of your mind space on the GMAT. Make progress. We are there to help you. All right. Okay.
Autrri, one question I have. In the slide, you mentioned that the mock interviews. So
Yes.
before, once you're shortlisted for the school and the interview is going to happen. So
Yes.
what is the process of mock interview? How many interview
As many as you need, generally, my dear. As many as you need. But the general idea is that beyond two, I will not generally have much value to add. If you ask me the average students do 2 mocks with me, and it usually is good enough. But some students who are more, struggling to enunciate and so on, if they need more number of mocks, I am not going to stop them. Okay? I hope I've answered. Okay, so I'm going to go in order of the hands raised. So Sakshi Arora, I have you first. I request you to unmute yourself, put your hand down, ask me the question. Now, to be respectful to everyone, please limit yourself to just one question. All right. Whatever. If there are others, you could always reach out. Ask your question, I'll answer and move on to the next one. All right. Just do it seamlessly. You can finish it quickly. Sakshi, go ahead, please.
Hi, Autrri.
Hi, Autrri. Thank you so much.
Just wait your turn, my friend. Sakshi.
Hi, Autrri. Thank you so much for the session. You have answered most of my questions, though one of them is left, as in how do I look out for the offline events? I understand I have to go through every university and look out for the offline events, the admission events that happen. But is there any other way as well? Because some happen.
Yes, there is. All you do is you follow some of the blogs. If you Google GMAT, you'll get websites like GMAT Club, Beat the G. You can follow those blogs. They always keep bringing it up. You follow the ranking tables. They also keep publicizing which universities where. And the third is if you have some specific target universities, all you have to do is just subscribe to their social pages, be on their website, and keep checking in every few weeks. Because they keep advertising which country they're visiting or what webinars they're doing. It's all freely available online.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sagar Ingewar, please. Sagar, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Autrri. Thanks for all the valuable information that we have provided. I just wanted to ask one thing. This letter of recommendation, is there anything specific that we should get added in that?
There is no letter. It's a form with a set of questions. If you want to see the questions, if you just Google GMAC Common Recommendation Letter, you'll get the PDF template, which is used by about 90 of the top 100 schools. It is a PDF with around 6 questions on it. Those questions need to be answered. Each questions are around 200-300, like they say 500 words each. You don't have to write so much. 1,000 to 1,500 words total in the entire echo. But those specific questions need to be answered when you apply. So you have to keep your recommender informed that, boss, I'll be coming to you for a reco. And then you have to keep them sweet so they write you very good recommendations, very in-depth. And here is the thing. Do you really think anyone will write an in-depth one? No. Most recommenders will then forward you the link to write the whole thing.
Okay.
That's generally how it works.
Okay, Autrri, thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Harshit, please go ahead.
Hi, Autrri. So basically, my question is any personal achievement or personal setbacks which we have come through can help in the
Absolutely, yes. As long as you leverage it correctly, my friend. Every year I work with students who have had horrendous life circumstances. You know, I'm talking from divorces to domestic abuse to violence to all sorts from difficult parts of the world. I work with few non-Indian candidates also who are in different parts of the world, asylum seekers I just work with. Fabulous stories which can be leveraged to get fabulous admits. It all depends whether you are able to leverage that. The key word is leverage. You have to make it relevant. It can't be a sob story. It can't be just sympathy में admission दे दो. They're not interested in that.
No, not that, but is it that it might look bad? For example, someone who has who had cancer before.
Who had what? Sorry.
Who had cancer before.
Wow, that's and if you have overcome that now, well, the first thing they'll want to know is, have you overcome it? If we give you an admit, will you be able to join our school?
Yeah.
That you have to be able to pacify. But they'll also want to know, okay, you overcome your cancer, which is very difficult for you. But why is this relevant to business school? So maybe if you're helping other cancer patients overcome their own problems and all, wow, that could be a story.
Got it. That's what I was asking. For example, if they won't take it in the way that
No, they don't. They're on your side. They need that $250,000 from you, my friend. They want all their students.
Okay.
Okay. Soumya, please go ahead. Ask me your question. Soumya Sri.
Yes, yeah, there were a lot of other Soumyas. So Autrri, like I'm planning to go for the round 1, but I've not yet given my GMAT.
Right.
So, like, is it all right to start building on the profile? And
if you have decided that, and where are you with your prep? Have you just started or are you advanced with your prep? With
just
the GMAT
like
prep.
I'm in the first leg of it. Like I'm
So
not.
maybe next few weeks, maybe in this month, study in a very aggressive manner. Where you're studying 5, 6, 8, 10 hours, weekends like crazy. So make progress in the next month, reach a good space, and then maybe start working on your applications parallel.
All right. Okay.
Okay. Yash Martia. Yash, please.
Could the recording of the session be provided?
I cannot promise you that, my friend. There are things that we do with these sessions and all. You drop us an email if you've missed it or something. Something will be shared with you. Otherwise, don't worry.
Could you just share the link for the form?
I did, but Ranjika, a lot of students have written back saying that the link is not working. So I think we should just mail it to all the students.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so just drop an email that if they want to do the profile evaluation, here is the link. But that link is not working. A lot of students message me, so please check that. Okay, Jhalak Sahai, please.
Yes. Hi. We'll email everybody as well.
Okay, all right. Okay. Jhalak Sahai, please. Jhalak.
Yeah. Hi, Autrri. Hi, Ranjika. Thank you so much for this session. I'm Jhalak. I'm currently a third-year undergrad at IE Business School in Madrid. And I'll be applying for the deferred MBA starting next year.
Excellent.
And from what I understand, the work experience, like the internships really matter. So right now, I'm in a bit of a dilemma where I have to choose an offer from either Celonis, you might know, a SaaS company, in a marketing role, or a Big Four.
No, so my answer is always the same. You should never choose this based on what is good for your application, because there's nothing like that. It's not like if you join a Big Four, you're more likely to get into a M7 for its deferred program. You can easily spin out a story from a small startup SaaS-based company as well.
Could you add me to the co-host? I'll just share the link once again.
Yeah, I think you are co-host, Ranjika. Yeah, here you go. I have made you co-host.
Thank you.
So Jhalak, to answer your question, you should do whatever you think is good for your career, long-term career, life. That's the way I would see it. I would never answer that question any other way.
Understood. I just thought that startups have a more stronger story these days over big corporations.
That's just a matter of opinion, my dear. Just a matter of opinion. You can talk to someone else who's gone from a Big Four to those same schools. All are fine. It's what you do of it. Do whatever you want or feel passionate about. Vishal Tehel Ramani, please. Vishal.
Hello, hi Autrri. Am I
Hey man,
audible?
hi. I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you how much time it takes the process because still I haven't given the GMAT. I'm preparing for it.
Again, like I said, you want to give it at least 2 months. A couple of months is good, but it can be. I mean, our students will do it in 15 days also. So I don't want to say there is any fixed timeline. But if you're targeting round 1, make progress on your GMAT. My suggestion would be some point end of this month, early July, get started on your applications. If
Okay,
that
because
means
my
you do both
plan,
things parallelly, if you feel you're at a point where you want to finish your GMAT, you don't have the bandwidth, then finish the GMAT. Then we'll see if that gives you time
yeah,
to do
my
round.
first target is to finish GMAT. I feel
Then
that's
stick to
relevant,
that.
and
Perfect. Then you don't need me to
my
validate.
target is
Stick.
in August to give the
Awesome.
GMAT.
Take it. So then you give it.
And one more question. So do you provide the consultancy to the medical students as well?
A medical student for what program?
One of my friend, he has done the BDS, and
No,
right now,
for MBBS and all, I'm not the right person, my dear. I have a doctor on call. She will tell you that their process is very different. I'll be the wrong person for that. You need to
so
reach out to someone who has done those studies. All right.
do you have any
No, I
contact?
don't. No, I don't.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Farouk Shanawaz, please. Farouk.
Yeah. Hi, Autrri. So I have a 7-month employment gap as of today.
What's your question, man? Start with the question.
Okay, sorry. I'll be applying for the round 1. I have 2 relevant
Start
scores.
with the question, buddy.
Okay, so should I be giving the GMAT again if I want to go to N7 schools?
So for this, I will have to know your entire profile background. For that, you will be shared a link, or you've been shared one already. You have to set up a profile call. I can't answer that in a group chat like that. I'll have to see your background and all before I say. Either me or my colleague Ranjika will help you with that.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Biswajit Gupta. Biswajit Gupta.
Yes, am I audible?
I can hear you, man. Tell me. What's your question?
Autrri, we have 10 responses on the form, so the link is working. I've shared it once again.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so then there was people were clicking on wrong. I thought I shared it. It was working fine for me. But anyway, cool. Just email it also, Ranjika, one more time.
We'll do. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Please go ahead. You were asking me the question.
Yeah, my question was, instead of the round 1, if I apply for round 2, do I still have the chance of getting?
You should always apply when you are in a best position to apply, which means you have all your GMAT and the highest point, you have your essays. That's the way to decide which round to apply. Is there a better shot at admission scholarship in round 1? I think so, because we are a very populated group of people. But having said that, if you feel you're not going to be able to make it, don't have that fear of missing out. Don't worry. One thing at a time. Focus on your GMAT then.
Okay, fine, thanks.
Okay. Mehul Pratap Bishnoi. Mehul. Okay, so I can see hands are constantly coming up. So my last question will go to Shriji. Shriji Agarwal has just raised a hand. I'll do that. And then for the others, just one second, Mehul. For the others, if you suddenly have a question you want to ask, don't worry. You can always reach out to us. We are very accessible. You have all our details in front. You can always fill up that form that has been shared with you and schedule a one-on-one profile evaluation. We're always there. Don't worry. Mehul, please go ahead. Ask me your question.
Yeah, hi, Autrri. This is a continuation of the question which was asked earlier, but I want to be very specific reply. I have been aligned to this Twitter blogs and the
Please
LinkedIn
ask
accounts
me the question. What is the question?
Yeah. So I didn't see any offline events organized in India. They are basically.
No, there are. So if you fill up that link that has been given, Ranjika herself is involved in a few events where big universities are coming to all the cities. It's still very early season. So usually for 2025, because now they're in their summer holidays. Adcoms are very relaxed people. Usually they will come to India around August, mid to late August. That's generally. So this is still a bit early. Keep following them. You will see all those notifications.
Okay.
Dr. Manasa, please ask me your question. Dr. Manasa. Dr. Manasa.
Hi, sir.
Yes, please tell.
So the session was really good. Sir, actually, my doubt is a continuation of one of the student who has just asked about doctors.
Yes.
Yeah. So you said that you do not provide counseling. So you mean to say you do not provide counseling for masters?
MBBS, for postgraduate medicine programs.
Understood. So now I
work with doctors every year who go to business school for their studies, MBA.
Understood. So, sir, I want to apply in the first round, and I have not yet taken up the GMAT.
Okay, you make
So-
some progress with it. Then when you're reaching a good space with your GMAT, hopefully by month end July, then you start thinking about applications.
So ideally, it would be better for me to take the GMAT exam and then get a good score by July and then start the process.
Ideally, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Divyanshi Singhal.
Yeah, hi Audrey. Thank you for the chance. I just want to ask that I have not given the GMAT yet, and I'll be like as you have answered it earlier, but I'm planning to leave the current organization, which could have helped me in the letter of recommendation. So if I'm planning for my application from July, is there any way you can just help me with the LOR part of
It doesn't work like that, my dear. LOR is a part of the application process itself. Like there is no letter that you have to get from your employer. It's an email address of your recommender you have to give when you submit your application. That email address will be recommender will be sent a link with a set of questions. You can see those questions online. If you just Google GMAT Common LOR, those questions will need to be answered and your recommender will have to submit. But those answers have to supplement and complement your essays, reco, story, everything. So it cannot be done in isolation.
So I can just inform as of now.
That's it. Just keep them sweet. Tell them you'll come to them in a couple of months. They'll be fine.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Advocate Divya Dwivedi. Advocate Divya, please go
Hi,
ahead.
Audrey. Thank you. And I don't think that you may be remembering me, but anyways, I'll get to the point directly.
Yes.
I have been into 3 professions.
Okay.
And
You start with your question, my dear, please. What's your question?
My query is there any program which after GMAT, which I'm planning to give this year itself? No, I'm not sure when, but this year for sure. After which I can get into a joint degree program or something which will give me
You want to do a dual JD kind of a program, right?
JD, but then I already have done a JD. I want to do MBA plus legal PhD, law PhD or something.
Oh, right. You had, I think, messaged me. Okay. You focus on your GMAT. Okay, first. You try to get that out of the way, one by one. You first do that. Otherwise, you will be contemplating.
I understood that. That's why I picked up the GMAT. My only query is...
You will find a program. Don't worry. There are plenty of such programs we'll find for you. First, you focus on the
That's
GMAT.
the only issue. If there is no program, then what's the use of going for GMAT?
Then Advocate Dwivedi, you give up. Okay. You continue with your life. If that's the attitude, then there is no one that can help you.
No, I said that if there is a joint degree program with MBA and PhD, then only it's useful to give the exam.
Generally, what happens is for PhD, there are no programs that are offered. For PhD, you have to write individually to the business school professors. And you have to convince them that you have the pedigree to do research under them. So if you really want to do that, what you have to do is you have to identify the professors who are teaching the kind of law that you feel you're an expert at. Then you will have to write to them with all your credentials. And you have to convince them that you have the credentials for them to champion your application when you apply to their university. That is generally how a PhD application works. No university has something called PhD. For PhDs, they don't want thousands of people to apply. They just want 20 people to apply for 2 seats.
Okay.
Okay.
But there
So
is
you
a
can do
JDP.
that. But you can
anyway.
start doing that and all of that along with your GMAT if you want. Tavishi, please go ahead. Ask me a question.
Hi, Audrey. Audrey, you talked about the MBA fairs. I wanted to understand what kind of information should we be seeking from them and how can it contribute to the application, essays and other processes?
Okay, that's a great question. You should basically look, if you have attended any of these fairs, you will know that it's so busy. There are so many people. It's not like you will get half an hour one-on-one time with them. I'll give you 2
I haven't
minutes.
attended any yet, so that's why I was like so skeptical.
So you will see it's a bit of a market kind of it, because so more than anything, it's just about showing your face, collecting a card from them, writing them a thank you mail,
How
ensuring
can
that
I
they
make the most of it?
That's it. That's about it. And then if you get a chance take your resume with you, dress, professionally, show them that you're really interested in the school, show them knowledge, so that you've seen this professor's course or something like that you're interested in. How could that help me? Is there any initiative happening at the school that I could get involved in? They might connect you to someone else. That could start a conversation. Things like that you can do. But I'm not making any promises. Generally, these things are tough to get through. It's just more about just showing that you can network more than anything else. In India, in these sessions, there are normally one AdCom from a school and there will be like 200 students. So it's not humanly possible for that one person to talk to all 200.
So basically, you kind of make an elevator pitch or
That's
just
it. That's it. And know that they probably forget that elevator pitch in the next half an hour after you made it. But write to them, collect the business card, tell them how amazing they were. And if they've remembered you, they'll reply to you. And if you reply and you start that conversation, that can go a long way.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Manaswini.
Hi, Autrri. So I had one question. I have just completed my MBA last year from IIM in
Right.
and I wanted to do a second MBA. Is 1 year enough experience, or do you know of any?
Have you written the GMAT?
I have scheduled it for July first
So you
week.
get the GMAT. Okay, you get the high score, then we'll see whether you should. Maybe another year might be better, but we'll see. First, you get the score out of the way. It's anyway valid for 5 years, so we'll see which year you should apply.
So I will fill the form post giving my GMAT, or
Correct. Absolutely. Wait for that. Because what if it takes you longer? What if you miss this year? Then we won't have to answer the question. No?
That makes sense.
Focus on the GMAT. It's like, when you wrote the CAT, first you focused everything on CAT. Then once you got in, you were thinking, okay, which I am and all of that. But CAT hua hi nahi, to uski baat karke fayda kya?
Understood. Thank you.
Aditi Sinha. Aditi Sinha.
Hi, sir. Thanks for the session. My question is that I am still yet to take the GMAT test, and I fear a lot about my profile that you have already mentioned.
What's your
About the
question, Mani?
growth
Start
phase.
with the question. What is the question?
So I'm just I wanted to ask whether I should build my profile, go for more extracurricular activities
First,
before
you give the
applying.
GMAT, okay? Because anything you waste time on right now, you're taking you away from the GMAT score. You do all the profile building, but then you don't get a GMAT score. Anyway, you're not going anywhere, no?
Yeah.
So first, you get the GMAT out of the way. Once you get the GMAT out of the way, reach out to one of us. We'll give you loads of ideas.
Cool. Okay.
All right. Shriji Agarwal. Shriji.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just mention. Yes. So for all the students, although we will be sending an email to everyone, but so July is going to be super busy in terms of US business schools, UK business schools coming to India. Top admissions will be touring with most of the schools, starting from Berkeley, Tepper, Duke, Dartmouth, NYU Stern. Lots of schools are coming. Please be super active before anyone asks or thinks about why is networking essential. We'll talk about it when I connect with you all. But do keep an eye out for all the events happening. I will be posting it on my LinkedIn and sending emails as well. So please, I look forward to meeting you all. And so does Autrri. Autrri will be in some of the events as well. So yes, that's about it.
Perfect. Thanks, Ranjika. Thank you for that. Perfect. Shriji. This was going to be my last question. I'll allow 2 more hands. Please don't keep raising hands. It will become self-fulfilling. Please, mind that process. Shriji, please go ahead. Ask me the question.
Yes, Autrri, I was asking is, I'd actually given my, I actually submitted my ISB application stage 1, and I've been shortlisted for
stage 2. What's your question? Yeah.
Yeah, my question was that I also wanted to apply for more business schools that have opening applications, but I have not. I've just started my GMAT application, GMAT preparation.
Okay.
So I was asking you is how do I start preparing for the other GMAT applications that you have
First,
been
you give
mentioning?
the GMAT, okay? Make progress with it. If you need help with your stage 2 and for other schools, you can reach out to me. Okay? First, you focus on the GMAT. Make some progress.
Okay.
Vineet Tripathi. Vineet Tripathi.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi,
Go ahead.
Audrey. Very enlightening session.
Thank you so much.
See, I have already written that I am actually onto the next in the fringes of the applicants. I am someone with the age of 44 years. With 22
What's your
years
question, man? Lead with the question.
My question is, what is your experience working with someone like me with 44 years
I
of
work with a lot of students. I have loads of testimonials of people in their late 40s also on my slides. I purposely keep them because I know you guys are very worried by it. So I use you as an outlier case. Obviously, you know you're not the average candidate, right? I mean, usually business schools are not looking for 44-year-olds. I'm guessing by the time you join, it'll be 45. By the time you graduate, it'll be 46 or 47, right? Hiring generally happens for 27-year-olds, not 47-year-olds. But have such students gone? Yes. So that would be my answer to you. Focus on GMAT. Please get a good score. Then we will start scratching our head and thinking where, how, what.
Okay.
It's the same thing I told the lawyer who has a lot of doubt. But the problem is that doubt is not going to help her at all. Unless she gets that score, it's useless to talk with. If you're asking me, is it worth doing? If you're having that thing, you'll anyway not get a score to start with.
Yeah.
You have to have the tunnel vision. You're in this session because somewhere something you're not happy with. You want to grow in your career. So if you've decided that, then why any more doubt? Focus on the GMAT.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay? You'll always get straight answers from me, man. I don't try to sugarcoat and all of that. It's the same thing. People want to hear something from me, and many times I don't tell them what they want to hear. I always tell them how things are. So the advice will remain, whether you're 44 or 24, you will have challenges of your own, but get the GMAT, get the score in place, then you can think of so many things. Okay, I have only an iPhone in front of me. I don't know your name. iPhone.
I think that's me, Autrri. Pratiksha.
Yes. Please tell me.
I don't know how to change the name. So I have two questions.
Yes.
So first of all, the essays thing which you described following my previous question, like if I have to prepare for essay writing, like I said, it would be easily for 10 iterations. So how I can start by reading, news articles or blogs?
Where are you with your GMAT preparation? When can you write the test?
It's my second class with Sandeep sir.
Please focus on your GMAT for now, okay? Don't even think about applications at this point, because if your writing is a challenge, I can tell you GMAT might be a challenge. So please focus on that. Forget about any other noise. Don't worry. There will be time for everything. Next 1 month, doob jao GMAT mein and make progress. Then as you are making progress, you'll start feeling more confident. Then maybe reach out to one of us. We'll give you some pointers. Abhi ke liye, please focus every iota of your mind space on GMAT.
Okay, sure. Thank you. And one other question would be like one other guy asked is like, is 34, 35 would be the average age?
You can see there is someone at 44 asking me question. 34 to bacche ho gaye na? 34 is pretty average. Indian average is about 29, 30. Global average is 25, 26. Indian average is between 30 to 32. That's generally where Indians have the money and the thing to go finally, around 30s, early 30s. So 34 is fine. Shraddha Agarwal. Agarwal. I'm going to just do 2 more questions, guys. Shraddha Agarwal, quickly, yes.
I want to ask, if I want to apply for ISB only, what will the right time to give GMAT?
The deadline will be around first week of September, around 10th of September or something is when they've had it for the last 3-4 years. I believe it will be the same. So GMAT you can at any time before. If you have to prepare your application, that will take a month, 6 weeks at least for one school for ISB. So either you write it by July and August and then work on your applications, or if the GMAT is getting delayed, work on both things concurrently.
It will be fine if I write in August 1st.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Yes, should be all right. Soumya Sri. Okay, you've asked me again, Soumya. Keep it brief, please, quickly.
Yes,
Soumya.
yes. So there was one slide that you have shown that, like, you need to have answers for these questions.
Yeah.
Right. What if you are not able to actually answer the basic question of why do you actually want to do
Talk
an
to more
MBA?
people like me, and then when the time is right, reach out to people like me who do this for a living, who help you with such questions. That's the
Sure.
best I
kind of blanked out when that question came.
I
Why
wish
actually
there
an
were books that
MBA?
I could recommend where you go, but that's something that all students struggle with. So I have that as a slide, and I tell people to do it. Most people haven't even realized the challenges. Already you are a head start. The fact that you've realized that it is going to be a challenge. Don't worry, people like me exist in the world to help folks like you. So one of us will help you. Don't worry.
Yeah, sure.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Wajid, last question of the day goes to Wajid Ali Shah, please.
Hi, sir. Thank you for the session. It was really helpful and informative. I just wanted to ask, you mentioned that some people give endorsement letters to the outcomes, but I briefly went through the application procedure at one of
It's
the
not mentioned in the application form. It's an extra that you do. Suppose your friend, relation, uncle has graduated from that school, and you can convince that person to write you an endorsement letter, a support letter. They write that directly to the admissions endorsing your candidature. That is just an
Okay, so
extra
there is
boost.
a channel. So there is a channel that you can
Of course,
directly write
there
to
is
the
channels
outcome.
for everything.
Got it, sir. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, guys. I hope in my session I have given you enough. In that, someone mentioned channels. I'll say there's channels for everything, because in love, war, and applications, everything is fair. You have to do everything possible to become one out of those 100, because those are the odds at the top schools. So I wish you all the best. I hope you have all the utmost best success out there. If I can be of assistance in that journey, feel free to reach out. I know my colleague will be sharing an email with a link to set up calls. Do so in the right time. Like I mentioned, don't be in a rush. It's not like we're going to run away or we won't allow you to do it 1 month later. Do it when you're ready. If you've just started your GMAT, which I get a feeling many of you are in this session, focus on that, because that's really important. But yeah, I wish you all the best of successes. And yeah, I'm going to end the session. Ranjika, did you want to add anything, or I'm going to end the session?
Yes, sir. Yes, Autrri. So we look forward to, please use the link. We've shared the LinkedIn as well. Autrri has answered as many questions he could. And I'm happy to answer, answer all your queries and give you the profile, the detailed consultation that you all are looking for. And I look forward to connecting with you all. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, I'm going to end the session.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks.